Part 30. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 291. Failed again. It's really hard to advance. Wayne sat cross-legged on the edge of the swamp in the death seal, and opened his eyes helplessly. He saw the golden triangle and maintained it for 15 minutes. After that, the golden triangle degenerated into a silver cross, always insisting on his stubbornness. Stability is a good thing, but too much stability is not necessarily. On the edge of the swamp, Anastasia stood quietly in a black robe. With her as the center, the faint death aura was dormant and spread, acting as the death knight to guard the seal. If you look closely, you will find that Anastasia deliberately avoided Wayne, and there was no trace of death around the latter. Anastasia came and went at will. When she received the task of assisting Wayne, she never thought of taking over the master's position. She worked hard and made Wayne like her more and more. This is the quality that a qualified follower should have, unlike Senna, who was rebellious and took advantage of her own beliefs. "Mr. Wayne, did you fail again?" It succeeded briefly. Wayne shook his head regretfully, thinking of the 15 minutes of stability of the golden triangle, and the Book of Greed seemed to have changed. According to his understanding, it is called evolution, but from the perspective of the Book of Greed, it should be a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Intuition tells Wayne that this is very important. Buzz buzz buzz. The trembling sound of space came, and the space of the Death Seal land was affected. The ancient whisper came from the inside of the space, whispering in the ears of the listeners. Here it comes again. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that this is a normal phenomenon of the three chosen knights impacting the cracks in the projection space. There is no doubt about the power of the ancient gods, and the power of the ancient gods' followers is also extremely terrifying. Even if they are separated by a world, the whisper is still clearly audible, as if Tokugai is right next to him. Most of the dark wizards in the camp have left, and the dark elves who remain are powerful people who are 1 against 100, good at sealing, and willing to sacrifice their lives to defend the sealed land. Veronica and Sci-fi also stayed. Their fiancés/husbands were in the death/dark sealed land respectively, and they could not find a reason to leave. Veronica had entered the Gate of Truth and had a certain resistance to the messy whispers. Sci-fi was a golden wizard and was qualified to refuse to listen. At Wayne's request, they moved to the outskirts of the camp and could leave at any time through the teleportation array. People's physiques are different. Others felt that the whispers were full of magic and could not help but nod in agreement. Wayne only felt that it was noisy. In addition, he did not agree with Tokugai's description of life. Several times he almost couldn't help but want to grab the microphone and argue with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't grab it. The three chosen knights were all there. If he took the microphone at this time, he would definitely be regarded as an undercover sent by the ancient gods. On the other side, dark sealed land. The Dark Knight held the Twilight Despair in his hand, the sword pointed to the ground, and the black cloak moved without wind. Behind him, the black dragon folded its wings and bowed its head, and a little dark flame emanated from the nostrils. Very handsome and cool, you can tell he is a big boss at first glance. Austin has been suffering these days, and has been beaten for his wife and children. The results are gratifying and his progress is rapid. He is thinking that if Wayne dares to jump up and down in front of him again, he can catch him with a wave of his hand. Just like a father beating his son, he can do whatever he wants. Looking forward to .jpg. These are all later. If the seal fails, everything will be empty talk. Austin's mission is the same as Wayne's, to hold on to the rear and clear the worries for the three knights of nature, sun, and moonlight to advance. In this mission, the three knights charged, and Austin, Megan, Wayne, and Anastasia guarded the rear. Originally, there was Wayne's exclusive Mount Senna, spare Mounts Sci-fi and Veronica, but the family was too loyal and cruel, so Moore rejected them. It was just defense, not the front line of the charge, and Anastasia's assistance was enough. Mura also assigned Anastasia a task, to assist Wayne while watching him, so that the young man would not get too excited and accidentally ruin his life. At this time, the three knights were talking on the phone. Mura took the lead in opening the crack in the projection space and called on the two teammates to rush as soon as possible. The green, gold, and white lights reached the edge of the crack, nodded to each other and stepped out. Strictly speaking, the land of the ancient gods' followers is not in the frozen continent. It is only because of the effect of the projection space that the two spaces overlap and thus come into contact. For ordinary people, overlapping spaces are like two horizontal lines, which will never intersect. For the chosen knights of God and Tokugai, they both have the powerful power to distort parallel lines. Sometimes, the sight penetrates the space and can even see the blurry shadow of the other party. The three knights stepped to the crack. This place no longer belonged to the chosen continent. It was a crack in the void, a corner of the boundless universe of the star realm. Behind them was the chosen continent, and in front of them was the projection space of the land of the ancient gods' followers. The three of them stopped and took a short rest. White shadow. Moonlight Knight Delane waved his hand, and a swift white figure slowly condensed. It was 5 meters long, with wings on its back and covered with fine white scales. It was a slender, extremely fast-moving winged flying dragon. A kind of sub-dragon with dragon blood in its body. It cannot be considered an evolutionary branch, but a blood branch. There are many blood branches of dragons. Any dragon has a large number of blood descendants, who are busy all day long. The dragon itself does not know how many branches there are in its dragon kingdom. The Death Knight has his own undead warhorse, a reward from the goddess of death, and his own space portal. Except for him, the other 4 chosen knights do not have exclusive mounts. I want to find it myself. As an archer, Delian is known for his speed and agility, stable long-range output, and explosive destructive power. He is the best mobile turret selected by the 5 gods. In order to stabilize her advantage and amplify her strengths, she cultivated a dragon for herself. As its name suggests, the White Shadow Dragon flies extremely fast and is the most suitable mount for Delane. Mulla and Leo did not have mounts. The former liked to touch the ground with his feet, while the latter's fighting style did not require a mount and he walked on his legs wherever he went. "I'll go first, Mulla, please come in behind, and Delian will help me clean up the fish on both sides." Leo held the golden war gun in his hand, and his body turned into a point of light and rushed straight into the space crack. He encountered several layers of space barriers along the way. The light point split and reorganized and passed through easily. After reorganizing his body, the whispers in Leo's ears suddenly became noisy. He didn't pay much attention to it, his eyes bloomed with golden light, and a huge fireball burned behind him. The blazing fire distorted the space, evaporated the turbulent flow of space, and guided the way forward. Hiss. Deep in the dark projection space, the boundless darkness is airtight. Lines tear like cracks in the space, and bloodshot red eyes open. Hundreds of magic eye stars are dotted at the end of the darkness. I don't know whether it was because I was angry when I woke up, or because I had been locked up for too long. The eyes were hideous and terrifying, bringing both light and destruction. Focusing on the 3 chosen knights, an extremely violent bloodthirsty desire bloomed. Tokugai. Leo looked stern. The owner of these eyes was Tokugai, but he remembered clearly that Tokugai's head had been chopped off and moved to another place for sealing. Now Tokugai has grown another head. Aha! The sound of strings penetrated the space, and hundreds of white lights shot through the sky. The light arrows are like streaks of lightning, carrying an unstoppable momentum, tearing apart the space barriers and boundless darkness blocking the road, leaving behind dazzling white trails, accurately penetrating all the magic eyes at the same time, and pointing directly to the core. breaking up the chattering whispers. Ho 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 ho. The black mist rolled, the magic eye trembled violently, sprayed dark and viscous liquid, and a deafening roar resounded throughout the projection space. Hundreds of magic eyes closed, and the darkness returned to calm. In the dead silence, Togegoyi's blood divided and reproduced on its own, giving birth to its creation. Similar in appearance to the monsters Wayne encountered in the Golden City, but larger in size, more vitality, and more powerful in telekinesis. These monsters seem to have infinite ability to split. In just a few breaths, they can grow from hundreds to hundreds. Thousands of people reached a terrifying number, reaching the sky and the earth. Leo's lips curved into a sinister smile. He raised the golden holy spear high and threw the little sun behind him. The light ball landed on the ground, contracted violently, and stabilized for 3 seconds. Infinite expansion. Boom. The blazing yellow dazzling light burst out instantly, as if the sun had descended on the world, and the whole world suddenly became extremely hot. Immediately afterwards, a deafening loud noise spread in all directions, as if countless thunders exploded at the same time, shaking the space, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye tore apart, mercilessly devouring everything around it. Under this apocalyptic and terrifying destructive power, the barrier of telepathy held up by the monsters collapsed as if it was paper. There was no chance to cry out, and it was instantly evaporated by the shock wave. The ball of light expanded and disappeared, devouring the space and forming a huge spherical cavity. Lightning, thunder, and wind roared all around, but it was still unable to fill the missing vacancy. Boom. 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 At the end of the darkness, tentacles comparable to mountains rolled out, and dozens of tentacle monsters with spiral carapace emerged from the darkness. I went first. Leo strode forward with the golden war gun, rubbed the small ball of light in his hand, and threw it out with a wave of his hand. Behind the three of them, the cracks in the projection space trembled slightly, as if they had been hit by the previous impact, and suddenly had a tendency to close. Boom. In the center of the frozen continent, black mountains sway. It was as if a giant beast was rolling underground, releasing endless energy, and the shock waves spread out like ripples, causing the aurora above the sealed land to tremble. What a loud noise, what are you doing over there, twice in a row? Understood, Fusugahara. Wayne looked towards the dead swamp, trying to see something from the edge of the crack, but saw nothing except the sudden brightening of sunlight. Don't worry, the three knights are very powerful, Anastasia said proactively. The three chosen gods, nature, sun, and moonlight, guard the frozen continent. They seem to be at a disadvantage if they only defend but not attack. In fact, they are not without the ability to fight back. Because of the seal, the initiative has always been in the hands of the god's chosen knight, who can advance, attack, retreat, or defend in an advantageous position. Or because of the seal, they were worried that no one would be guarding the rear, so they delayed the attack. The Dark Knight arrived very timely, and even if his abilities were insufficient, he still had irreplaceable strategic significance. Coupled with Wayne, who was chosen by the three gods, and Anastasia, who possesses three divine powers, it is more than enough to stick to the rear and resist the aftermath of the impact. This is a sure thing, there is nothing to be afraid of. I didn't think anything of it at first, but after hearing what you said, I suddenly panicked, Wayne complained, hoping it wasn't a flag. As soon as the words fell, the death aura covering the sealed land trembled violently, and the nagging whispers became clearer. Huh! Wayne exclaimed softly and looked up at the sky. Others might not feel it, but he heard it clearly. The whispers seemed familiar, and they did not come from the cracks under the seal. Togegai has begun to fight back. Defend the sealed land and don't let the three of them be distracted. Anastasia used the death magic to control the death aura to maintain stability, and said at the same time, Mr. Wayne, be prepared to accept me. Don't worry about my thoughts. Everything should be done according to the plan. Wayne nodded and still looked up at the sky. No, the source of the sound is wrong. Wayne sent a message to Senna through his mind, asking her to protect Sci-fi and Veronica. Senna's physical mind was polluted by him, and she was not afraid of the whispers of the ancient god's followers. She could stay awake no matter how noisy she was. Senna didn't say anything, but expressed her desire for rewards. Wayne glanced at it, rolled his eyes and agreed to her. At this time, Huang Yi had already arrived at the edge of the camp, and the shadow nightmare was waiting to be summoned at any time. Wayne was fully prepared. Click. Above the camp, three-color energy intertwined to create a gorgeous aurora. The dancing light curtain brought light and also protected the camp from being completely polluted by the whispers. At the same time, the aurora was also a seal imposed by the three chosen knights. As the second seal, it was possible to deal with the possibility of Tokugai waking up from his slumber. However, there was no problem inside the sealed place, but there was a change outside. A space crack suddenly exploded, and an invisible big hand fell from the sky, instantly twisting the aurora, tearing pieces of light spots and scattering them in the air. Behind the crack, huge tentacles rolled out, accompanied by a thick fog that was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, dyeing the sky dark. That is the world behind the sea of fog. Wayne was sharp-eyed and saw the Black Mountains in the space crack. The Black Mountains originally belonged to the Antarctic frozen continent. The chosen knight cut off Tokugai's head and sealed it separately, which led to the scene Wayne saw behind the Sea of Mist. At this moment, the space that was sealed separately suddenly returned, and with the help of the terrifying energy of space fusion, it launched an attack on the three-color aurora. Goodoo! Wayne swallowed his saliva quietly, and Anastasia on the side stared at the sky, and then comforted him, "It doesn't matter. Although the aurora is a seal for the internal arrangement, it also has a strong defense against the outside. Tokugai can't break through here." Having said that, Anastasia's voice was still mixed with a trace of panic. Crack! Another explosion sounded, and a new black crack opened in the gorgeous sky, and a large tentacles rolled out, destroying the three-color aurora and twisting it. In Anastasia's incredible perception, several black cracks opened in succession, covering the sealed area without dead ends, and launched a saturation attack. These are the bodies of Tokugai that were sealed separately. Are they all back? Anastasia was shocked and mobilized the surrounding death energy to rush into the sky. The swamp wetland was no longer covered by the death energy, and the whispers became louder and louder, turning from virtual to real, reorganizing the surrounding material energy into suction cup tentacles. "Mr. Wayne, use the night power in my body." "No, I have a better way." Wayne looked up at the sky. The death energy left by the headless knight was limited and could not stop the space from swallowing the aurora. His heart tightened and he asked hurriedly, "Where are the three knights? How are they? If you can contact them, let them come back quickly." Just talking about Tokugai's head, it was obviously sealed firmly, but it suddenly woke up and twisted the space to reach the Antarctic icy continent where the body was. The rest of the bodies that were divided were exactly the same. They all appeared when the three chosen knights were on an expedition. Wayne knew with Veronica's brain that Tokugai and the three chosen knights were running in both directions and chose the stealing tactic at the same time. No, it was clearly a switching tactic. The tactic was a good one, but Wayne didn't know whether Tokugai had made preparations in advance or it was a coincidence that he chose to launch the attack on the same day as the three chosen knights. If it was the former, Wayne gritted his teeth and said, "How about it, Saint, can you contact the three of them?" "I can't do it. It's too far. Please use my body. As the power of the knights, they should be able to hear your call," Anastasia said quickly. "I'm sorry." Wayne didn't waste any words. He lifted the black robe on Anastasia, took off the chest armor panel of the magic machine doll, opened his 5 fingers to press the 3 magic stones, extracted the green natural magic power, and chose to contact Mura at the first time. What happened? Why did the crack in the projection space suddenly heal? Amid the roar of golden light, Mura frowned and looked at the retreat route that suddenly disappeared. Thinking of a possibility, his face became extremely ugly. Delian said nothing, raised his hand to draw the bow and arrow, and the pure white arrow pierced through the void and disappeared at the end of the starlight. Delian's thoughts went away with the arrow. After a moment, his silver eyes suddenly shone, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Swish! The moonlight knight in silver armor shuttled through the space and came to the other side of Mura. He said expressionlessly, "The space is locked, and I can't break through the ancient god's vassal land." After speaking, he looked back at Leo, who was killing people everywhere. The Sun Knight was unstoppable, and all monsters that came close to him evaporated in an instant. But even though the blood residue had been evaporated, Togegoyi's creations continued to divide and reproduce. Even if there is only a ball of chi left, even if the molecular structure of the material changes, these monsters can always be resurrected and then reproduce without limit. Let me see if I can rush out. After Mulla finished speaking, he thought of the precarious sealed land, stopped suddenly, turned around and looked at the end of the darkness. No, it is the leader of all evil, and only by destroying it can this end. I'm afraid the three of us won't be able to destroy it. We're still missing two. Delian reminded, what to do in the sealed land? There are still many people there. Perhaps this is the arrangement of the goddess. Mulla flashed Wayne's face in front of his eyes and said with a wry smile, I wanted to save him, but, this damn fate, I hurt him instead. Delian was silent for a moment, then turned and walked towards the end of the darkness. I believe you again, move faster. If Wayne persists long enough, we may be able to return at the last moment. I hope so. Omega TTKN. It must be like this. He promised to be my successor. If he dies, you will never want to play cards with me again. Delane, he told me the same thing. The tactics you formulated are wrong. He is mine. Dark Seal. Alston looked up to the sky. The aurora was distorted and peeling off, and the outer seal was already in danger. He took a deep breath and held up Twilight Despair. The terrifying darkness roared out of Alston's body like a giant beast that had broken free of its shackles. The black light that surged wantonly turned into a thick curtain, cutting off all light and tightly covering the entire sealed land. There is no light, no sound, in this darkness. There is only the constant surge of terrifying energy, sometimes sweeping like a strong wind, sometimes like tentacles entangling, blending into the three-color aurora, and jointly resisting the majestic force exerted by space fusion. Austin's body was shaking and he was suffering from unprecedented pain. The darkness was ravaging his body, twisting his will, and the pain intensified his desires, making him particularly irritable. The pain that tore apart his soul gradually became unbearable for Alston. Compared with the despair caused by successful space fusion, these pains are bearable. His wife and daughter are in the camp, and he is willing to endure 10 times or dozens of times more pain. The severe pain was like a steel knife, cutting Austin's nerves. He stood numbly on the spot, losing control of his limbs and feeling nothing but pain. When the body was swaying and about to fall, the black dragon turned into a human form, holding the Dark Knight's waist with one hand, and helping him to lift Twilight desperately with the other hand. Austin's eyes moved downward and he saw Megan's hideous face enduring pain, and through this face he saw the shadow of Heepy. In an instant, the whole person became more determined. He could endure more pain. Death Seal Place. Wayne switched between 3 types of magic powers in succession, but was unable to contact the corresponding divinely chosen knight. He was unable to sense the existence of the 3 of them, as if the other person was not in this world. Mr. Wayne, have you found it? Anastasia said hurriedly. No, I can't see them. Wayne looked up at the sky, and the darkness merged into the 3-color aurora. Although it did not completely reject the returning space, it did have the miraculous effect of delaying the fusion of space. Inspired by this, Wayne probably knew what to do. Seeing Wayne's calm face, Anastasia was worried and said, "Mr. Wayne, it's not the time to sacrifice yet, please don't do unnecessary things." "No, you are overthinking. You have all misunderstood. I am very afraid of death. I will definitely be the first one to run away when I encounter danger." Wayne retracted his 5 fingers, inserted one hand into the void, and raised his eyebrows at Anastasia. "I can't see the 3 knights, and for the same reason, they can't see me, which is a good thing." Anastasia's body froze, and she felt the surging breath of death coming towards her face. You are. As you can see, I am the Death Knight. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 292. It's dark. Darkness enveloped the sky above the camp, blending into the 3-color aurora and illuminating infinite black light, temporarily delaying the trend of spatial fusion. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. The fusion of space has become unstoppable. By then, both Togigoyi's divided body and the continuous black mountains will fall from the sky and reduce the entire camp to rubble. The goblins screamed and fled outside, got out of the magic door, were blown by the cold wind, and ran back screaming. Doesn't look very smart. On the outskirts of the camp, the dark elves retreated in an orderly manner. Passing by the helpless little elf, they raised their hands and put it in their pockets. "Elbow, come home with me." Senna stared at the expressionless Sci-fi and Veronica, and sneered, "I know what you want to do, be sensible. In the past, you would only hold back and leave with these dark elves. I have my hands free to go and help." As she spoke, she ruthlessly rejected a little elf that came to throw at her, flicked it away with her fingers, and hit a dark female elf in the chest. The little goblin dropped the trampoline hard, bounced twice, and then got in. Shivering.jpg. You can't whisper. Sci-fi raised his head and glanced at the sky, insisting, "The Dark Knight's power comes from pain. If he accepts so much pain at once, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to support his mind and body. I must go there. Only with my presence can he persist reason. How old are you to still believe in love so naively?" Senna mocked and turned to look at Veronica. "What about you, do you think so too?" As he spoke, a rich death aura rose into the sky, waving tentacles dancing in disorder, entwining the 4-color aurora, coexisting with each other deep within. Veronica's eyes lit up and she nodded. "The power of the Death Knight comes from pain, accept it at once." Boom. Senna hit Veronica on the head with a knife and rolled her eyes angrily. There were too many words and she didn't want to hear it a second time. Senna raised her hand to hold Veronica down and raised her eyebrows. "Wayne ordered me to protect you. He is my knight. Whatever he wants me to do, I must do it. Everything must be obeyed unconditionally." The provocative words made Veronica quite unhappy. It was not the right time to have an attack at this moment, so she snorted coldly and pretended not to hear it. "If you run over now, I will die in an ugly way, so either you leave with dignity, or I let you leave with dignity. I am a golden mage. I can refuse unnecessary knowledge, and there are people who will protect me. You don't have to meddle in my own business." Sci-fi transformed into a half-dragon form, transformed into an afterimage and went straight to the dark seal. "It's over, my reward is gone." Senna murmured, held down Veronica and pushed her out of the portal. "You can't do it, you're too weak. The teacher gives you a piece of advice. If you don't want to get further and further away from him, quickly become stronger." Due to the disparity in strength, Veronica has nothing to do against Senna and can only watch as Senna closes the magic portal. The light of the magic portal dimmed, and Senna's figure gradually faded away, leaving only a voice. "You and I pursue different things. Don't always be hostile to me, but learn to share." Do you understand? By the way, I've already tasted it. Your fiancé is really great. Death, Death Knight. Looking at Wayne, who was holding the Shadow Nightmare and completing his transformation, Anastasia subconsciously took 2 steps back. Why are you a Death Knight? You are obviously recognized by the 3 goddesses. Anastasia's IQ was online and she did not suspect that Wayne had ulterior motives and sneaked into the sealed land to cause destruction. She just couldn't figure out why the goddess of death threw her knight over again when she had clearly given up on the sealed land. In addition, since he is the knight of death, what will happen when the 3 gods are chosen together? Coincidence is definitely impossible. Anastasia analyzed the information at hand and figured out the key in an instant. The 3 goddesses regarded the Death Knight as cannon fodder, and gave them divine power to prevent the Death Knight from disaster and die in the frozen continent on his behalf. It was reasonable and well-founded. Anastasia figured it out immediately. Wayne held up the Shadow Nightmare, venting the surging air of death and blending into the 4-color aurora. The power of the 5 divinely chosen knights gathered together to jointly defend the front and resist the terrifying pressure brought about by space fusion. With luck, we might be able to prevent space fusion and drive Togegoyi's parts back. Unexpectedly, Togegoyi, there are 4 knights on the surface, but actually all 5 are here. Togegoyi didn't know whether he had thought of it or not. Anastasia had never thought of it and was still extremely surprised. Lord Death Knight, why did you leave the underground tomb? Is it the oracle of the goddess of death? Having accepted the power of the 3 goddesses, are you really willing to die on the frozen continent? Why don't you tell the 3 knights? You should know that if you reveal your identity, you may have more choices. The 3 knights will not risk a beheading operation. Okay, stop talking. Why do you have such a good imagination? Wayne interrupted, Your Excellency Saint, I am not a real Death Knight. It's just a coincidence. Just call me Wayne. Lord Wayne. Wayne shrugged and said with a wicked sense of humor, Your Excellency Saint, there is no need to be so alert. I am not only the successor of the Death Knight, but also the successor of the Dark Knight. I am one of our own. 5 gods to choose from. Reason told Anastasia that Wayne was talking nonsense, but reality left her no choice. She believed that there really existed 5 gods in the world. There were already nature, sun, moonlight, and death. Adding darkness, isn't it too much? Not too much. All 4 goddesses have it, but the goddess of darkness is missing. That's too much. Anastasia had no body, but she still felt hairy all over her body at this moment. She said in disbelief, Lord Wayne, does the goddess have any instructions? How should I cooperate with you to complete the task? Just be obedient. Wayne's skull head was beating with white light, and as the voice fell, a lot of rotten mud and water surged on the ground at his feet. A figure in yellow clothes slowly stood up. The pale face under the hood had no facial features, only entangled and stacked hyperplastic tissues. The yellow clothes stretched out tentacles and rolled towards Anastasia. Anastasia retreated like lightning and said cautiously, Lord Wayne, this is the belonging of the ancient god. What is your identity? Anastasia did not recognize the pale nest, but she was impressed by the yellow clothes. She lost her body in the Golden City and recalled the bad memories. Chosen by the 5 gods, plus the belonging of the ancient god, Anastasia strongly suspected that Wayne had another identity. The 5 goddesses held back a big move and commissioned Wayne to carry out a confidential mission. It is very likely that he was an undercover in the place of the ancient god's belonging, and then. That's it? Anastasia couldn't make it up anymore. She racked her brains but couldn't think of the goddess's plan. Be obedient and stand there. You are a very critical part of the mission. This is also the intention of the Dark Goddess. Wayne waved his hand, and the pale nest squirmed, secreted mucus, and spit out a naked black figure. Anastasia's body. This is Anastasia trembled and looked at her body, and the dead heart suddenly beat. Wayne followed the other party's imagination and said, "This is the goddess's intention. I brought your body here specifically, Anastasia, enter your body, I need your strength to complete the task." "Lord Wayne, the pollution is irreversible, this body is probably already." "Stop talking nonsense, are you going to disobey the goddess's order?" Anastasia was speechless, her mind left her body and returned to her original body. Faith is like this, knowing that this is a road of no return, but still rushing up without hesitation. The thing returned to the original owner, the dark female elf's fingers trembled, her black eyes opened, she got familiar with the body at a very fast speed, and slowly stood up from the ground. The appearance is first class, the figure is wow, beautiful. The skin that was picked out of a million and the beautiful soul made Wayne nod secretly. The previous empty shell was beautiful, but it was a dead thing after all. Now it is different, both inside and outside are perfect. Anastasia picked up the black robe and put it on. Her face was very ugly. The pollution was not only irreversible, but also fierce. In just a few seconds, her mind began to mutate out of control. It was unstoppable. In terms of appearance, Anastasia's mind and body were no different from before. Even Senna, who was most familiar with her in the camp, could not detect any clues. But inside, she was completely different. She was no longer the same as before. Anastasia could intuitively feel that her mind was polluted. She no longer longed for the belief in darkness. Instead, she was replaced by Tokugai, the follower of the ancient god. "Lord Wayne, I can't control myself. The speed of mutation is faster than I thought. I will be driven by Tokugai soon. Please tell me my task as soon as possible." "What is the oracle of the goddess?" Anastasia struggled. "Live well." Anastasia frowned. "Excuse me for being blunt, but soon she couldn't even maintain herself and would become a claw of evil. She needed Tokugai's nod to die. Living was just a luxury for her. Haha, I finally waited for this scene." Senna passed through the air of death and moved to Anastasia's side with a meaningful smile on her lips. "Charming. Evil." Anastasia's body stagnated. Somehow, she felt that Senna was particularly close to her today, and also particularly disgusted her. It was a double rejection from the mind and the body, as if Senna had taken away her vital treasure. Anastasia didn't understand and attributed this feeling to her own mutation. "What a beautiful face, but it looks particularly disgusting today." Senna sneered, and the dream of dying together was achieved, followed by regret. Now she just wanted to scratch Anastasia's face. This woman will take away what belongs to her in the future. "Senna, have the teacher and Veronica been sent away?" After asking the question, Wayne looked through Senna's thoughts directly. The result was not very good. Veronica was forcibly sent away, and Sci-fi insisted on going to the Dark Seal. Senna bowed her head and said, "Master, my student has a reason to go, and her strength is enough to protect herself. Forget it, it's not realistic to let her leave at this time." Wayne shook his head slightly, envying Austin for saving the world in his previous life, while increasing the output of death energy, resisting space fusion, and suppressing the tentacles that drilled out from under the death swamp. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky, thick fog covered the sky, countless suction cup tentacles embraced down, attached to the seal protection shield supported by the five-color aurora, and shrank around with an encroaching momentum. The space creaked and exploded, and cracks exploded from time to time. Even with all the power of the five chosen gods, we can't hold on. Wayne's eyes flashed. "Senna, take me up and charge forward. I also want to change my home." "Since you can't defend it, then don't defend it, rush over and chop off all the tentacles." Senna took the command and transformed. The 100-meter green dragon stretched its wings and lowered its head, waiting for Wayne to ride. The latter leaped into the air and jumped onto the dragon's back, white flesh foam spilling out of its boneless body. He is 3 meters tall and pale. He holds a shadow nightmare in his hand. There are vertical lines on his chest, and he opens his big eyes that whisper. You are wrong, let me tell you. The white lair waved its tentacles and swept away the magic machine doll, blending into the body of the green dragon. The yellow clothes squirmed, and quietly came to the dragon's back and stood behind Wayne. Anastasia looked at the scene in horror, and suddenly thought of something. Seeing that the green dragon was about to flutter its wings and take off, she subconsciously jumped. Didn't jump on. Dodged by Senna. Not everyone can ride on the dragon's back, and Anastasia obviously doesn't have the qualifications. But soon, under Wayne's orders, Senna reluctantly gave Anastasia a place to stay. Anastasia looked down at the green dragon at her feet and said tremblingly, "It wasn't Togugoyi who changed my mind and body. Lord Wayne, it was, who? You should know who it is, Anastasia, your future is bright." The green dragon roared into the sky. On its back, a twisted mass of white foam stood up, transforming into Senna's pale face. "How about, you can do it too, isn't there a powerful beauty? You're crazy." Anastasia yelled in a low voice, closed her eyes and mobilized her thoughts, trying to escape from the body with the fastest thinking. Once, Anastasia used this trick to get rid of the bad luck of a corrupt mind and madness. She repeated her old trick, and her body tightly sealed her mind like a cage. Not only her body, but also her mind didn't want to leave. She saw the indescribable beauty in Senna, and she wanted to be as strong as the other person and dedicate everything to her faith. Anastasia shuddered, and a suppressed cry came from her throat in grief and anger. Your body was contaminated by Togugoyi. I turned it into my own shape. After thinking about it for a long time, I still felt that you were a good person and could not be sacrificed in vain, so I gave the body back to you. Wayne didn't look back. Said. Then it's better to let me die. Anastasia cried a little. That's it, pure saint, keep resisting and firmly believe that you can maintain yourself. Senna whispered in Anastasia's ear like a devil, I used to be as lucky as you, but I soon degenerated. You have to hold on and please the master. He prefers your depraved thinking. Appreciate your fall. Wayne. Although, it is really a misunderstanding. Anastasia's face turned pale, and she rushed towards Wayne in front of her. After 2 steps, she stopped. Regardless, Wayne is fighting for the sealed land, and she can't attack Hope just for her own sake. Besides, it can't be beaten at all. That's it, you did a great job. Senna smiled like a queen, admiring Anastasia's trembling body and enjoying the joy of training. Anastasia glared at Senna fiercely, you know it? You knew it a long time ago, right? Of course, I said you would understand me. Senna laughed wildly, stretched out a tentacle, and lifted Anastasia's chin. Thank me, sister, I can't bear you to die here, so I begged you so hard that the master was willing to give your body back. For you. Senna, I will definitely kill you. I'm looking forward to that day. The two of them were tit for tat, and the friendship boat that was already capsized sank to the bottom, with no salvage value at all. Wayne did not intervene, and it was clear that Senna was full of resentment, unable to beat him violently, and vented it all on Anastasia. Anastasia was the same, knowing that she had nothing to do, so she transferred all her firepower to Senna. Wayne thought about it and issued a restraint to the two of them at the same time. Noisy was allowed, but fighting was absolutely prohibited, and insidious calculations such as borrowing a knife to kill were not allowed. The saint of the Dark Church was restrained for the first time, unable to resist, and felt that her future was uncertain and dark. Senna didn't take it seriously. She circled her pale body around Anastasia and taunted her face, that's great. I've just joined the master and I'm so partial to you. Do you want me to help you lure away the master's fiancé so you can enjoy it, more love? Shut up, I am the saint of the dark church. That's right. This is the rhythm. Keep trying until you can't hold on any longer. Too bad, you are a devil. Wayne secretly said something bad and vowed never to create a dependent like Senna in the future. With his style of painting and lines, those who didn't know him would have thought he was a villain. Ahead, the five-color Aurora is in danger. The green dragon flapped its wings and rushed out of the safe area covered by the Aurora. The moment it came into contact with the fog, its body stiffened uncontrollably. The surrounding whispers were mixed with a huge amount of information, which was poured into her ears. The noise made Senna dizzy and tinnitus, and it took 3 to 5 seconds to get used to it before she got better. Wayne's feet melted and merged with the green dragon under his feet. His big eyes madly expressed the true meaning of life, injecting Senna with the power of faith she longed for. The green dragon mutated at high altitude, and its pale dragon body looked like an enlarged version of Wayne. The dragon's body was covered with wrinkled hyperplastic tissue, and its head had lost its eyes, leaving only a huge white mouth. A huge single eye opened on its chest, probably where the scales were. The pale dragon raised its head and roared, flapping its wings and rushing towards the black crack. Anastasia looked at the scene in horror, and she felt a desire from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew it was wrong, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Since Senna could get it, she could too. No, she wanted to get more than Senna. Stay rational, I'm doing some research recently. Hold on, you will be free. Wayne's voice rang in Anastasia's heart, and his words of comfort made Anastasia wail continuously. From inside to outside, she lost herself. Wayne felt helpless and fought the tentacles in front of him with all his strength. He tried his best, but the current situation lacked persuasiveness. The more he said, the deeper the misunderstanding. Never mind. Put it aside first, time will prove everything, and Anastasia will understand him. Boom. The air of death permeated the sky like an invisible plague, with a suffocating heaviness, silently corroding everything. The grey tide ruthlessly devoured everything around it, propping up the endless tentacles that enveloped it, and forcing it back into the space crack. Withered, a dead silence. Countless tentacles lost their vitality, and ashes fell all over the sky like snowflakes. The big eyeballs on the dragon's chest whispered, erasing Togugai's voice, disrupting all the surrounding information, and eliminating the possibility of the tentacles healing, splitting and reproducing. Guided by this voice, a black crack suddenly expanded, and hundreds of eyeballs burst into light, looking down at the madman who disturbed him from praising the ancient gods. In sight, it was pale. Roar, roar, roar. Togugai roared angrily, and the ancient and deep voice questioned, which ancient god's follower was Wayne, why did he come to this continent, and why did he stop it from coming? Wayne barely understood, raised the shadow nightmare that didn't match his size, and responded with a strong breath of death. He marked this continent, this is his world, and Togugai is forbidden to enter. The brief exchange between the two monsters ended here. Togugai roared with power, the sky was shrouded in thick darkness, invisible forces tore the clouds, and hundreds of eyeballs spread unfathomable horror and madness. The anger was far greater than the hatred for the three chosen knights. There was no other reason. Wayne denied its faith and said some unreasonable truths of life. At the end of the darkness, a huge and distorted face appeared, with dark green scales all over the face, each of which exuded a cold and weird breath, and tentacles like hair covered the entire face, and only in the cracks could you see angry eyeballs. Countless tentacles danced in disorder, each of which was extremely thick, hanging down from above, like a 1,000-meter-high tornado ravaging the earth. In the center of the tentacle, or perhaps the center of Togugai's face, there is a hideous mouthpart like a deep-sea whirlpool, spirally sunken and deeply embedded in the cranial cavity. The big mouth squirmed and protruded outward, blooming like layers of petals, mucus wrapped around the fangs, and turned into a dark green tentacle with spikes. It's okay, not that weird. Wayne has been looking in the mirror more recently, and his sanity has improved. He didn't look in the mirror and sighed, "Oh my god." After comparing, although he makes more sense, Togugai's voice is louder, just like Asuana joining the chat room. Everyone stopped making noise and listened to the hooligan alone. Wayne was prepared for this, and raised his hand to the pale nest on the side. This is his thinking amplifier, infinitely equivalent to a loudspeaker. The pale nest stretched out its tentacles and wrapped around Wayne's palm. The moment the mind was amplified, the big eyeball in the middle of the Book of Greed began to spin wildly. Affected by it, the small eyeballs around it also started to spin. This feeling. The true meaning of life. Wayne's body stagnated, the mysterious feeling was indescribable, he followed his heart and gave up the shadow nightmare. Around the big eyeball, 5 small eyeballs of nature, sun, moonlight, darkness, and death looked at the center and injected the law of information at the same time. Wayne's pale body changed again, the sticky skin of the hyperplastic tissue dried and hardened, turning into a hard stratum corneum-like armor. The armor spread out with the big eyeball on the chest as the center, and the black meridians and blood vessels on the surface blocked the whispers that kept emanating outward, and gathered the external oppression, which brought a stronger sense of oppression. Looking directly at this body, you will gradually understand everything. Finally, I don't have to be a knight for others. Wayne raised his 5 fingers, and his arm turned into a sword blade, stable golden triangle, pale nest. Pale Knight. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 293. Wayne raised his arm, and the sharp blade reflected his face. The whole head was like an old rock eroded and weathered by time, covered with layers of hyperplastic folds, which were irregularly intertwined and showed a sickly paleness. There were no clear facial features, no traces of human emotions, no fear and confusion, and it symbolized unpredictable mystery. It's a bit weird, but it's really beautiful. The new skin symbolizes life. It is the transformation brought to Wayne by the stable golden triangle, and it is also the original natural framework he expected. This proof is still a very long distance from the universe, but it proves that Wayne's previous guesses were correct, and it also proves that the Book of Greed still has the possibility of progress. The Book of Greed is Wayne, and he can still evolve. At this time, Wayne's power comes from himself, and he no longer relies on the power of the chosen knight, but because the starting point is inseparable from the chosen, this image is called a knight. Originally, whether according to Wayne's own evolution or the composition framework of the Life Alliance, it should be called the Life Knight. But because of this pale life, Wayne called it the Pale Knight, and drew a clear line with the Life Alliance. In order to avoid being asked for copyright fees by the 5 goddesses, after a lot of wrangling and litigation, he was still the 5 surnamed slaves who were able to get everything done. Wayne's changes attracted the attention of Senna and Anastasia. They did not see Wayne's face, but only saw his back wrapped in pale armor. The lifeless paleness seemed to be a symbol of death and decay, but on the contrary, it was the original life. The pale armor wrapped the inhuman, extraordinary, imperceptible, and untouchable ancient power, like an insurmountable gap, which made them deeply awed from the bottom of their hearts and also produced a stronger desire. Want to get. Senna was so excited that she trembled all over, and Anastasia also trembled slightly, wanting to take off the armor and integrate herself into it. Senna, rush over, aim at that head, I want to say something from the heart to Togugai. Roar, roar, roar. After receiving Wayne's order, the pale dragon flapped its wings and flew straight into the sky at the fastest speed. The dragon's body gradually changed, and it was the same form as Wayne after fusing the Book of Greed. A large amount of white foam was secreted on the surface of the body, and a layer of pale keratin shell was put on. The keratin layer grew layer by layer like thorns. It was obviously a flesh and blood creature, but it had a cold metallic luster. The single eye on the chest shrank into the vertical pupil of the dragon, transmitting information to the outside and praising the greatness of life. Hearing this unreasonable voice, Togigai was furious. Looking at the oncoming dragon, countless tentacles spread out in all directions, allowing Wayne to approach him and want to argue with him at close range about what life is. Boom! The dragon galloped, its wings swept through the fog, and hit Togigai's hideous mouth protruding from the skull. The dark green tentacles with curved sharp teeth were like giant pythons hunting for food, wrapping around the dragon and shrinking rapidly. The sizes of the two sides were not proportional. After just one encounter, the dragon's figure completely disappeared. Suddenly, a ball of white flesh suddenly expanded, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, waving many pale tentacles, replacing the position of the dragon. The dark green tentacles stretched suddenly, and were almost torn off on the spot due to the sudden change. The sharp teeth pierced deeply into the white flesh. The two disparate information collided violently, explaining to each other the life they recognized. Togigai, Waby Waby. Wayne, Bala Bala. Togigai, Funny Mudpee. Wayne, Fkuku second uncle. The dialogue between higher life forms is so plain and unpretentious. The dialogue between the two monsters was full of madness, condensing the chaotic and complex knowledge in the void, extremely aggressive and polluting, extreme and indescribable in words. If I translate it, it probably means this. Gradually, Wayne won the fight because of his loud voice. The sharp teeth inserted into the white meat melted and were contaminated into white foam. They extended all the way up and went straight to Togigai's big face along the dark green tentacles. Togigai was so scared that his face turned green. He roared angrily, not believing that his life would be lower than Wayne's. The hysterical madness was accompanied by a rage to destroy everything. The roar was low and hoarse, as if the ancient creatures had completely woken up from their sleep and told the mysteries of the universe in their unique language. The terrifying sense of oppression made Anastasia unbearable. Her body was out of control, her facial features gradually lost, and her hands and feet evolved in the direction of the tentacles. This process aggravated Anastasia's mental mutation. She wanted to resist, but more of it was desire. As Senna said, it was difficult to accept at first, but after getting used to it, it was really comfortable. I felt that I knew everything and mastered everything in the world. In the sky, the furious Togigai vented his power and recalled all the bodies that were split all over the world. The black cracks were connected and stitched, and the tentacles comparable to mountains gathered and merged. Behind the space, the black mountains that were divided by the chosen knights also returned to one at this moment, falling from the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The deafening sound spread in all directions, and countless black rocks turned into meteorites and fell. The sky was torn into pieces at this moment, and the distorted space seemed to be crumpled into a ball of white paper. With the first explosion, the entire sky began to collapse. The huge rocks rolled down, and black cracks spread all over the sky, sometimes dissipating and healing, and sometimes appearing out of thin air, forming a terrifying scene of earth-shattering. Most of the broken black mountains were swallowed up and exiled by the space cracks, but even if only a small part of them was left, it still caused a devastating blow to the sealed land. The five-color aurora was already in danger due to the drastic changes in space. With the arrival of this last straw that broke the camel's back, the aurora fell apart, and the broken space mirror peeled off, revealing the dark unknown space inside. The darkness was dotted with starlight, which had infinite magic. People were addicted to it at a glance and vowed to go to the sea of stars in this life. Boom! The space collapsed, and the snow-covered world on both sides gathered towards the center of the collapse. The sealed land was surrounded by cracks on all sides, and the ice and snow mountains collapsed. The terrible earthquake seemed to have caused crustal changes, and the vibration radiation spread to the entire frozen continent. This scene, for the dark elves who were fleeing in all directions, was a battle between gods. The broken mountains crushed the sealed land, changed the terrain, and reshaped a black mountain. Amid the constant shaking of the earth, a monster made up of countless tentacles descended on the earth. After failing to fight against life, more than half of the tentacles collapsed and dissipated. These high-level information was swept away by the void, and the remaining energy and matter were integrated into the frozen continent in the collision and transformation. Some of them were also swept away by Wayne. A large number of four-element fellow villagers were homeless, and he happened to build a new house, and the supply and demand relationship was established. He would like to call it a two-way rush. Wayne, why are you running, fire element? Bring all your brothers and sisters to me. The fire element led the charge. The sealed land is undergoing a change like changing the world, but the biggest change is undoubtedly Togugai's head. The meaning of life is crushed and denied, and its own existence has become worthless. After the initial anger, it gradually calmed down, and after calming down, it was afraid, and because of its fear, it felt ashamed and gave birth to new anger. Togugai, you won this time, but only this time. I have been asleep for too long and have forgotten a lot of key knowledge. Otherwise, you would not have won this time. The followers of the ancient gods do not think they have lost. That is a denial of their faith. They only admit that their power is too weak to tell 1/1000th of their great faith. Simply put, you wait, this is not over, I will come back. Togugai's roar weakened and gradually disappeared. Seeing that the pale nest continued to devour its powerful self, it was unwilling to help the enemy, so it decomposed itself in one breath and turned into material energy to merge into the world. Wayne made a lot of money and was addicted to happiness. Above the sealed land, the pale nest with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers was suspended in the air, and countless tentacles fell below, sweeping away the four elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, breaking up the whispers that had not yet disappeared, and erasing the traces of Togugai's existence bit by bit. After a few hours, the pale nest shrank, put on yellow clothes again, and stood quietly on the back of the pale dragon. Senna received the order and landed on the ground with her wings flapped. She turned back into human form, swayed and came behind Wayne, wanted to pounce but was not allowed, and stared at him in the place, which made her very greedy. Put on your clothes, you are so old, and you have no shame at all. Wayne glared at Senna fiercely, but the latter was not ashamed but proud. Seeing that Faith was watching her, she showed her mind and body honestly. Anastasia was very scared because she also wanted to show it like this. Saint, please check the sealed land. I will go to find the Dark Knight. He has a little trouble over there. Wayne could have ordered Anastasia directly with his mind, but he still respected her. After saying that, his body melted into white foam and fell down through the cracks in the rocks. The fallen black mountains raised the altitude of the sealed land by 1,000 meters, reshaped the landform and created a new mountain range. Wayne followed the dark breath and wandered through the cracks in the rubble, and found the former dark sealed land. Twilight Despair was stuck upside down in the ground, holding up a black hemisphere defense, blocking the mountains that fell from the sky. Austin held on until the last moment, preferring to be buried alive rather than retreating a step. In addition to his duty to stick to this place, there was also a reason why he could not retreat. Wayne went into the dark space, reshaped his body and saw three figures. Tekken Austin, Sphy, Megan. Austin suffered too much pain, his body lost consciousness, and his mind was exhausted and fell into a coma. Sphy and Megan, in order to help him reduce the pain, contacted Twilight Despair regardless of the danger, and shared the power of the three people to share the pressure for him. The above is Wayne's guess, and the situation is roughly the same. Anyway, the three people fainted because they exerted too much force. Austin was too tired to maintain the form of the Dark Knight, and fell asleep deeply with Sphy in his arms. Megan was lying alone next to him, covered with a black robe. The robe condensed by the power of darkness should be the work of Austin. So that's why. She knew I would come over, so she specially covered her secretary lover with a piece of clothing to prevent me from seeing her. Do you trust me or not? Wayne spoke maliciously, looking at the young couple and the unlucky lonely girl, and shook his head. What a cold-blooded guy. Since you can help her cover a piece of clothing, why don't you hold her in your arms? Don't you have two hands? As Wayne was talking, he suddenly realized. The dragon-blooded wife was watching from the side. Aston was willing but not brave enough to do anything to Megan. He also knew that he would definitely come over and he would definitely not stand idly by, so he did this. He can hold both women and stick to his personality of being devoted to his wife. As expected of you, you figured it all out. Wayne nodded repeatedly. Aston trusted him so much, he would not let Aston down no matter what, so he moved Megan over. Wayne quickly stepped forward, forcefully pried open Aston's hand holding Sci-fi, and stuffed Megan in. After finishing all this, Wayne began to treat the three people, using the three magics of holy light, nature, and moonlight to wake up Sci-fi at the first time. Teacher, are you okay? Wayne looked worried, and his brows were furrowed as if he had seen the end of the world. Sci-fi opened her eyes tiredly, her head was still a little dizzy, she pushed away Austin's arm and sat up, and she was completely awake after a while. Wayne, why do you look so ugly? Has the sealed land been lost? It was a close call, I barely made it through. Then what are you doing? Teacher, look, what I was worried about has happened. Wayne glanced at Austin, then shook his head and closed his eyes. It's too much to watch, it's really too much to watch. Sci-fi didn't understand, turned her head and saw the picture of Austin hugging Megan, her eyes twitched slightly, and her fists hardened instantly. Wayne took 2 steps back. Sci-fi sighed, loosened her clenched fists, and began to treat Austin and Megan. Teacher. He's too tired, I'll deal with him when I go back, and Megan is also tired, Sci-fi explained. Teacher, you are too kind, if you take a step back today, Austin will take a step forward tomorrow, and Megan will be a mother next year, Wayne said with great sorrow. Sci-fi's forehead sank, and she turned back and glared at Wayne. Don't meddle in adults' affairs. Oh, Megan is not that kind of person. Okay, but the teacher has to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, this family will not break up, Wayne insisted. Sci-fi rolled her eyes. If I remember correctly, Austin and I fainted at the same time. Why did Megan? When we woke up. Austin actually pretended to faint, which is shameless. Wayne interrupted directly, and then said, he is not satisfied with such an excellent wife like you, and he stretched out his claws to Megan. You and Megan are really pitiful. Sci-fi wanted to say something else, but after hearing Wayne's description of Megan, he shook his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Wayne stepped forward to help with the treatment, and woke up Austin before Sci-fi woke up Megan. The moment Austin woke up, he hugged the short-haired beauty in his arms tightly, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and murmured, it's okay, I'm always here, I will protect you this time. Sci-fi, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Austin was still a little confused, and after focusing his eyes, he realized that it was not his wife in his arms. What's worse, his wife was right next to him and heard everything clearly. Sci-fi, listen to my explanation. You will have a chance to explain when you go back. I don't want to hear these sophistry now. The calmer Sci-fi was, the more panicked Austin became. He was afraid that he would see the divorce agreement when he got home, so he hurriedly said, it was Wayne, he. Ahem. Wayne clenched his fist and coughed lightly, interrupting Austin's nonsense, and said faintly, "Megan is about to wake up. If it were me, I would never talk nonsense at this time. It would be too hurtful." Austin's face froze, alternating between blue and white, and he didn't say a word for a long time. "Asshole, you really have an idea," Siffy punched Austin in the face. Megan slowly woke up and saw that she was lying in Austin's arms, with Sphy next to her, who was domestic violence. She sat up silently with a black robe covering her. She said nothing, her face slightly red. The psychological changes of the three people were particularly strange. Wayne couldn't guess what Sphy and Megan were thinking, but he could see that Austin had been rejecting Megan. Seeing her efforts, and in order to take care of her emotions, the strength of his rejection became weaker and weaker. "Aunt May, I can only help this much." Wayne gave a thumbs up. It was worth his various operations. Finally, Austin tore off the hypocritical mask of a good husband. With this good example in front, it is reasonable for the heir of the Landau family to have many beauties in the future. Because he is better than his father, he wants to make progress too much, so he is not satisfied with just being surrounded by people. It is reasonable and logical. "Teacher, there are still some situations in the sealed land." "I won't bother you." Wayne waved his hand and left without taking the three people out at the first time. There were many people outside, all pure passers-by. Austin would definitely take the opportunity to avoid embarrassment. No matter what he said, he would not let him succeed. Wayne received Anastasia's telepathic voice and slipped away quickly, turning into white foam and coming to the surface. This was the first time Anastasia used her mind to connect with her faith, taking the first step towards depravity. Seeing Wayne coming, she looked quite entangled. The saint of the dark church had a strong sense of responsibility and quickly put aside these distracting thoughts, saying, "The cracks in the projection space below the sealed land disappeared, and the three knights were all locked in the projection space. They were likely sent to the land of the ancient gods' followers." Wayne frowned when he heard this. The projection space and the land of the ancient gods' followers were completely two concepts. The former was only a projection, and the latter was far more grand than ordinary people could understand. To make an inappropriate analogy, the former was the headquarters of the Church of Nature, and the latter was the kingdom of the goddess of nature. "Lord Wayne, what should we do?" Anastasia asked. "What else can we do? Rush over to save people?" Senna sneered and said bluntly, "Master, without the three knights, it is very important to you. They are missing and no one knows your identity." Senna's words make sense. It is too outrageous for the three gods to choose together. The three knights will definitely ask about their beliefs in the future, and then the goddess will be confused. After checking, they will find that their power has been stolen. Wayne can't think of how the goddess will operate. Judging others by oneself is probably not a good operation. At present, the cracks in the projection space are closing. Before accumulating enough knowledge, Togigai will not come to the frozen continent again. It will be good for the whole world to stop and not interfere with each other. The only bad thing is that the three knights will stay in the projection space for a long time. It is very likely that they will be dragged into the land of the ancient gods' followers by Togigai. If the ancient god is in a good mood one day, he will visit his territory incognito and stroll around. The three knights can only be tentacle monsters in the future. Seeing that Wayne didn't speak and was obviously going to rescue people, Senna hurriedly said, "Master, calm down. Saving them will not do you any good. They are the chosen knights of the last era. They are too powerful and may become your enemies in the future. It's not worth taking risks for the enemy." "That makes sense." Wayne nodded, summoned the pale nest in yellow clothes, and held the three gems on the chest of the magic robot in his hand. He said to Anastasia, "You and Senna guard here, I will go to find the three of them. If I haven't come back in 3 days, you two can go to find me." Anastasia nodded and had a new understanding of her beliefs. "Not impossible. Master, it's too dangerous. Senna was still persuading. It's okay, I will be reborn in your body. It's not that easy to die if I'm seriously injured. Wayne's body melted and went straight to the dark seal below. It's not worth taking risks for the enemy, but for Mura, Leo, and Elaine, everything is worth it. After Wayne left, Senna looked at Anastasia fiercely. Look at what you have done, traitor, you betrayed your beliefs. Anastasia turned her head and said after a moment, if you mind, he can be reborn in my body. Oh, you are a traitor, what qualifications do you have to let the master enter your body? Senna sneered and said sarcastically, I think you are clearly greedy for the master's body, but, you are cheap. Anastasia was numb, she was very scared, she saw her future through Senna, and didn't know what to do. Is it too late to ask the Dark Goddess for help now? In the Dark Seal, Wayne looked at Austin, who was being abused from a distance, shook his head and despised the scumbag, and his white foam body continued to penetrate downwards. After passing through the seal, Wayne came to the familiar void, and asked Anastasia in his mind, packing the information in the other's mind, and looking for traces of cracks in the projection space. This time when he entered the void, Wayne felt as comfortable as returning home, and everything he saw smelled delicious. Except for one bad thing. There is a lot of knowledge and information in the void, 99% of which is contrary to his understanding of life. The Book of Greed accepts all of it, collects this information, and waves its tentacles very diligently. The Book of Greed cannot be wrong, Wayne knows this very well, and after a moment of hesitation, he must be narrow-minded. The concept of life is so magnificent, and the knowledge he has mastered is just a drop in the ocean in front of real life, so small that it can be ignored. Since the universe is balanced, the balance of the universe that encompasses all things is an unquestionable truth. Whether he or Tokugai, they are only talking about a part of life. If you have to generalize, you will only be crushed by stronger and more inclusive life in the future. Wayne listened to the advice, corrected his mistakes, humbly corrected his life, and stepped into the void to find cracks in the projection space. Soon, he saw a familiar figure. In the broken space, a huge worm gnawed the space tunnel and drilled out. Wayne was stunned. Didn't they say this thing is very rare? It's a void life at the top of the food chain. How come I can see it every time I come here? This is weird. The void worm stared at Wayne with greed, drooling, and wished he could pounce on it directly. But it couldn't do that today. When it was gnawing at the space tunnel, it bumped into a heart-pounding existence, which happened to be where Wayne was. If it pounced on it at this time, it might get what it wanted, but it couldn't afford the price later. The risk is too great, so I'll just stay put. The void worm was restless, going in and out of the dark space tunnel, and finally chose to give up. It didn't go far, and it squatted on the spot. With its help, Wayne found the remnants of the cracks in the projection space in the calm void. He read a lot and analyzed that the cracks were closed from the inside. Tokugai used the home-changing tactic, and the 3 chosen knights were tricked. Wayne took out 3 magic stones, merged himself with the Book of Greed, and transformed into a pale knight. His right arm turned into a sword, and he slashed forward in the direction indicated by the gem. Open. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 294. Projection Space. A world of chaos and darkness. Huge tentacles waved in the air, covered with suction cups and claws, with disgusting mucus on the surface, and spitting out highly corrosive acid. On the ground, all kinds of strange life are wandering. They have some similar physical features to Tokugai, but according to the evolutionary route, they are not the appearance of faith. They can only be regarded as similar branches, which is a wrong evolution. These monsters are Tokugai's creations, created according to the diversity of life. Tokugai is thinking about his own beliefs, classifying the knowledge he has mastered, creating a large number of randomly long creations, and then by observing their changes, he is closer to the ancient gods he believes in. This is a world full of evolution. For the three knights, this world is not friendly. Endless whispers have created endless monsters. Even if they are killed, they will be resurrected and reborn because of the immortality of information. The followers of the ancient gods still have the ability to fill the chosen continent of God in an instant. The horror of the ancient gods can be imagined. In the projection space, the three knights could not fully exert their power. The chaotic information blocked their communication with the outside world, and they could only fight with their own strength. Take the Dark Knight as an example. In the darkness, his power is endless. The twilight despair will transform infinite darkness into infinite energy. The three knights encountered an extremely embarrassing situation at this time. Cannon fodder level monsters could not cause harm to them. Even if there were thousands of them, they would be given away in vain. They did not need the three to go all out. Just stand up and perfunctorily deal with it. Like Leo, he can also rub a lot of small suns. He can plant any kind of mushroom he wants. The three people's target is Togigai, but the cannon fodder blocked their way forward. Looking at Togigai, he took a step back and launched a charge to the back, trying to lead the three out of the projection space and go deep into the land of the ancient gods. This is very troublesome. The three knew that in the projection space, they could defeat and cut off Togigai's tentacles and even his head, and go deep into the land of the ancient gods. It is hard to say who is the dish and who is the knife and fork. Togigai is retreating, which is a good thing. Drive it out of the projection space and completely cut off the connection between here and the frozen continent, so that it can't come to the world, Delane said. At this time, the Moonlight Knight rode on the flying dragon mount, with holy silver lines on her cheeks, pushing her iceberg beauty temperament to the peak in one fell swoop. Behind it, four huge arms condensed by the moonlight drew bows and arrows, madly venting energy arrows, and the arrows must hit the target. Wherever they passed, all the monsters fell apart instantly. Togigai will not retreat suddenly. It has always wanted to come to the world. Don't go deep. It is tempting us, Mura said rationally. What if we really enter the land of the ancient gods and look up and see the ancient gods? Togigai turned like the wind and went wherever he wanted. Behind them was the frozen continent, and there were not many choices. The three knights were very puzzled. How could Togigai, who was extremely angry just now, suddenly become clear-headed and not stubborn? You are a follower of the ancient gods, charge forward. Is it worthy of your faith to shrink back and live up to your powerful power to destroy the world? The three stopped in the gap between the projection space and the followers' land, looking at the endless monsters and the end of the darkness, and Togigai, who occasionally showed up and blinked, all chose to stop. De Leon, you are responsible for cover. Mura made a prompt decision. Leo, the two of us cut off the projection space so that it will never come to the world. Once the projection space is cut off, the three will lose contact with the followers' land, and similarly, they will lose the opportunity to return to the frozen continent, wandering in the void with this space, exiled to unknown corners. Leo didn't think much, and didn't even think about this question. De Leon thought about it and got the answer that he could play cards to kill time. Boom. 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 The white flying dragon appeared everywhere on the battlefield like teleportation, and the mobile turrets vented firepower crazily, setting up a life-restricted area with its own strength, and defending the battle line that stretched for hundreds of miles. Groups of white light burst out and shined densely, countless information converged, creating more monsters. Born fast, die faster. Delane was too good at shooting, the energy in her body seemed endless, and with the White Knight's words in hand, she unilaterally suppressed the speed of Togigai's explosion. Leo held the Dawn mantra in his hand, and the golden war spear spread out a dazzling light. In the endless chaos and darkness, a bright light cut through the sky and condensed into an extremely huge golden war spear. Then, A giant wearing golden armor rose from the ground, holding a war spear and emitting a strong brilliance that was impossible to look directly at. The aura was so powerful that it seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the giant chopped down with the war spear in his hand. Where the spear tip passed, the space was torn in an instant, revealing a bottomless crack. The crack swallowed everything around it, and while dispersing it, it also pulled the projected space towards the land of the ancient gods. The golden giant did not stop there, and continued to chop forward, tearing the crack bigger and bigger, until the entire projection space was divided by this crack. After doing all this, the golden giant disappeared, and Leo stood there panting, explaining, "I play cards every day and every night, and I haven't exercised for a long time. I can't bear the sudden strength. Starting today, quit drinking." Leo completed his task, and then it was Mura's turn. He held the elemental mantra in his hand and released the terrifying energy in his body. The four elements of earth, fire, water, and wind spread out with boundless momentum, forging mountains, rivers, and forests, supporting rolling mountains, and crossing the edge of the projection space, injecting a state of competition for all things into this lifeless chaotic space. With the earth-shaking changes in this world, the original chaotic darkness was completely dispelled, and replaced by a new and unfamiliar world. The speed of the black crack pulling the projection space came to an abrupt halt, because it was unfamiliar and could not continue to lead it to the land of the ancient gods. Roar, roar, roar. Tokugai roared in a low voice. It could not care, but it could not be taken away. With this roar, the monsters went completely crazy, rushing into the attack range covered by Delane, using themselves as shields to pave the way for those who came later. Delane's pressure soared, his eyes bloomed with cold moonlight, and 12 silver arms appeared behind him. Countless arrows vented down, pushing the approaching battle line back again. Mura held the elemental mantra in his hand and completed the shaping of the projection space. He spent a lot of thinking and stood side by side with Leo, panting. Their mission was completed, and it was up to Delane to support them next. Crack. With a crisp sound, the projection space officially separated from the ancient god's land of vassalage, moving away from the black crack, and the distance was getting farther and farther. It's done. X3. Just when the three were overjoyed, Tokugai made a move. 4 huge tentacles extended from the land of vassalage, facing the overwhelming and violent attack of Baiyejinyan, and rolled towards the distant projection space. 3 of the 4 tentacles were blown up, and one still touched the projection space when it was about to break. Once the contact was made, the information was transmitted. Mura saw the mountains and forests withering and returning to the original dark chaos, so he had to raise the elemental mantra. The 3 realized that Tokugai was in the land of vassalage. After fully awakening, his power became stronger. It would be difficult for them to cut off the projection space alone. It was just a little bit short. Delane was secretly angry because her failure caused all the previous efforts to go to waste. Now, there was nothing left to play. Suddenly, the 3 of them shuddered and looked behind them at the same time. There, the weak power of the night was calling them. Guided by this power, the 3 found a way out of the projection space. "It's Anastasia, she's here. Anastasia can't use our power, it should be Wayne. The projection space can't be defended anymore, do you want to retreat? You go first, I'll hold Tokugai back and don't let it launch a counterattack." Delane insisted on staying behind to provide cover. Mura and Leo did not refute and evacuated to the exit as quickly as possible. As long as they could return to the frozen continent and contact the outside world, they would have a way to rescue Delane. In the direction of the exit, Wayne released the form of the Pale Knight. It was too weird and difficult to explain. He would be regarded as an undercover of the ancient god. He held 3 gems in his hand, stimulated the power inside, stood on the edge of the crack that was about to close, and saw two rays of light approaching rapidly from a distance. Soon, almost in the blink of an eye, Mura and Leo came to Wayne's side. The two of them didn't say much nonsense, and began to seal the space crack, trying to delay the time of Togugai's return and minimize the crisis threatening the chosen continent. At this time, every second counts, and every step completed will increase the difficulty of Togugai's return. Wayne said weakly, "You two, what should we do with Delane? She hasn't come out yet. She will be here soon." As the voice fell, the crack was only the size of a grain of rice, and a beam of arrow light shot out like a thread, hitting Wayne, who was looking around. The arrow light pierced Wayne's chest, but did not cause any damage, dispelling negativity, healing injuries, releasing purification, injecting energy, and expelling fear. A series of buffs fell down, and Wayne felt that he was strong enough to kill a dragon. What a powerful look! Thinking about it carefully, it seems nothing special, just a dragon. He has tamed two of them. Boom! The moment the arrow light in front of Wayne's chest dissipated, Delane jumped out and hit Wayne's chest. She stopped on the spot and it was okay. Wayne flew away in a daze. Voidworm peeking out. JPG. 3 God-chosen knights peeking out. JPG. The Voidworm weighed the pros and cons and disappeared inside the space tunnel. What's going on? Why are there Voidworms here? Leo asked. I heard that Voidworms have many uses. This is the first time I have seen this kind of star beast. It's a half soft and half hard meat worm. It looks really ugly. Delane shook his head repeatedly. Unbelievable. It is said that voidworms have high medicinal value and are very popular in the kingdom of God. Many people kneel down to eat a bite. Anyway, she can't open her mouth and it's disgusting to look at. Wayne walked over speechlessly, rubbed his chest, and secretly said that it was a hard head. Hey, Wayne, what a coincidence that you are here too. Delane raised his hand and greeted. Yeah, what a coincidence. Wayne curled his lips, and then said, 3 of you, this is the void, and there is chaotic knowledge everywhere. I can't stay here for a long time. Let's talk about it when we get back. The sealed land. It should be said that the sealed land in the past. The 4 people returned along the original route, and they were all surprised to see the mountains that had changed greatly. After asking, they realized that they had fallen into a trap and almost let Togugai steal their home. Rightward arrow. It's not just a matter of stealing the home. Under the pincer attack from both sides, Togugai will definitely come successfully. Mura, who was formulating the tactics, was sweating profusely. Inadvertently, he almost ruined the whole world. He was scolded by Delane with a melancholy face. He lowered his head and stood steadily. Wayne, why did Togugai leave? I don't know. It was about to succeed, but suddenly it went crazy. Wayne gestured to describe it. His language ability was limited, and his explanation was ambiguous. He never got to the point. In short, it seemed to have received a call and disappeared by itself. The Dark Elves left before the war. The witnesses who saw the death breath and the pale nest in the field were all his own people. Wayne had a lot of room for operation. According to his own strength, he made up a correct answer that he didn't know anything. Don't ask. If you ask, you don't know, and you won inexplicably. The 3 knights had no doubt that what they saw and heard in the projection space, Togugai did suddenly give up the attack, and almost took them to the land of the family all the way away. It seems that Togugai may have received the call of the ancient god after waking up. What a pity. It was such a good opportunity, but because of me, I didn't completely cut off the projection space. Delane blamed himself. The 2 companions comforted him. The strategic goal has been achieved. The cracks in the projection space have been filled. Togugai cannot come at any time. The hidden dangers in other parts of the chosen continent have been eliminated. Togugai cannot launch an attack from the inside. It is a great victory. At this point, Muro looked at Anastasia in confusion. When he saw Wayne holding 3 gems, he thought Anastasia had died, but she was alive and well. Not only did she not die, but she also found her lost body. It's strange. Anastasia's body has been contaminated. It's unreasonable. Anastasia, why haven't you died yet? Delane asked directly, what's wrong with your body? Togugai brought your body here too. When Togugai's head came, my faith took back my body for me and dispelled Togugai's pollution. Anastasia did not hide it and told the truth. It turned out to be the Dark Goddess. The 3 knights suddenly realized and thought about the reason why Togugai left, which was also due to the Dark Goddess. The news is very important. After this great victory, the goddess must be informed of the information. X3. Also, the election of the 3 gods is too cruel. I hope the goddess will have more faith in her knights. X3. Except for the failure to completely cut off the projection space, everything in this battle was extremely satisfactory. The 3 knights are ready to rebuild the sealed land on the ruins and take turns to guard it in the future. Wayne, the tasks in the future will not be so heavy, and I will be much more free. Remember to familiarize yourself with the elemental mantra. You are the man who will become a natural knight. Mura spoke first. This caused strong dissatisfaction between Leo and Delane. No one could convince anyone, so they chose to sit down and play cards. After 2 wins in 3 games, Delane won the final victory. In great joy, he directly overturned the card table. The knights recovered some strength and rearranged the Aurora defense above the sealed land. Austin, who was transformed into a dark knight, joined in. The 4-color light bands fell and dispelled the gloomy black sky. The mission in the sealed land was completed. Austin was not going to stay for long, fearing that the 3 chosen gods would abandon him. After completing the Aurora, he rode the black dragon and left. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Wayne gave Sci-fi a look. Teacher, they are running so fast, I am afraid they are going to the beach villa to make a baby. Sci-fi rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand hearing this recently, so she asked Wayne to stop talking. The sealed land was in ruins, the dark wizards returned, the infrastructure project was in full swing, the goblins were interspersed everywhere, planting trees and cultivating flowers, and it took only 2 days to build a paradise. Moonlight sealed land. Eat the arrow. Boom. Wayne held the White Knight's words in his hand and shot an arrow, fast and accurate. He put down his bow and arrow and complained, Delane, I've been playing cards for 2 days and I can't play anymore. Let me go. I'm leaving tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? It's better to practice archery instead of playing cards. Delane said earnestly, if you leave the frozen continent, your will only be corrupted by the upper-class aristocratic life. Think about the fame and fortune that tarnish the morals of the knights, think about the beauties who come and go at your beck and call, think about the laborers you enslave. Well, what I mean is, instead of wasting time on your girlfriends, why not stay and I'll teach you archery? Forget it, you just want to play cards. Wayne refused. He wanted to leave in the first place, but after listening to Delane's advice, he became more eager. He had made up his mind to leave the frozen continent tonight and return to London to enjoy the corrupt aristocratic life and challenge the soft underbelly of money, beauty, and power. Seeing that he couldn't keep him, Delane sighed, that's it, you go first, I'll find you in London after I finish the work at hand. Why are you looking for me? Wayne was scared, it's just playing cards, as for chasing London, Mura and Leo are both good players at the card table. I won the card game, Mura and Leo are out, you will be my successor in the future, I must be looking for you to train you, Delane said with a serious face, goddess above. The appearance of the iceberg beauty is very convincing. If he wasn't too familiar with her, Wayne almost believed her lies. Also, it's unreliable to decide the heir only by playing cards. Mura and Leo will definitely not give up. That night, Wayne said goodbye to the three knights and took Senna, Sci-fi, and Veronica to leave the sealed land. He didn't say hello to Anastasia. Although the saint was nice, Wayne had no interest in her. He just returned the body to let her live. The starting point was to save people. As for what will happen in the future, Wayne didn't think about it and hoped Anastasia could stick to it. At this time, Anastasia was not in the sealed land. Through the portal, she came to a secret stronghold in the frozen continent. After leaving the sealed place, she took the initiative to contact the Dark Goddess as a saint, hoping to use the goddess's hand to make herself disappear. In the dark hall, Anastasia remained in the form of a dark elf and heard the voice of the goddess. "Anastasia, what's going on with your body?" Len Yu's voice sounded from an unknown place. It was impossible to capture the location, but it accurately reached Anastasia's ears. The saint who had abandoned her faith lay on the ground, quietly waiting for the judgment of the Dark Goddess. "Speak, what happened? Who snatched you away?" Anastasia said nothing because Wayne had not imposed any restrictions. Her will allowed her to communicate with the goddess. This was the limit. She could not tell Wayne's name or confess the truth. "You are as pious as ever." The goddess's voice rang in her ears, and Anastasia felt severe pain sweep through her body, and a great will descended and took over her body. Anastasia stood up, stared at her hands, and scanned the memories in her mind. A smile gradually appeared on her lips. "The five gods of darkness, death, sun, moonlight, and nature are chosen. I don't remember when I chose him. However, he did steal the power of darkness and thus mastered the true meaning of life." Anastasia murmured to herself, a thread of thought sinking into her body, and she frowned after a moment. The Dark Goddess sensed infinite vitality and infinite possibilities in Anastasia's body. Under the influence of Wayne, this body was filled with light. So bright that it pointed out a clear path for the Dark Goddess. Due to the nature of the life of the Dark Goddess, she could not and would not like Anastasia's physical body, but a miracle happened during the recent contact that made her very interested. God's thinking is influenced by the flesh. Although it is trivial and can be ignored, impact is impact, and the Dark Goddess will not deny this. Only high-level lives can affect low-level lives. His life form is above mine. The evolution of the ancient gods, is it the arrival of the ancient gods, or is it the descendants of the ancient gods? Young boy, you are so outstanding. Whether you stole the power of Twilight Desperate or not, you have become my knight. This is an indisputable fact. The smile on Anastasia's lips grew stronger, and she realized that her body was beginning to surround her mind. Without knowing the truth, she rationally chose to leave. Anastasia woke up from her daze, prostrate on the ground, and listened to the goddess's oracle. "Anastasia, you don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. On the contrary, you did a good job. You are still the saint of the Dark Church," the goddess affirmed Anastasia's betrayal. This surprised Anastasia. "Goddess, my faith is no longer there. I have my own master. Can I really be a saint like this?" "Anastasia, goddess, I am not trying to scare you. I may lose my purity at any time." "Can?" The Dark Goddess insisted that it was okay if she said yes, even if Anastasia lost her purity, her faith, and herself, she would still be the saint of the Dark Church. Anastasia smiled bitterly, as smart as she had guessed the goddess's thoughts, and said bluntly, "Goddess, I can't betray my beliefs. If you have other plans for me, I can only say that I can't complete the task. It doesn't matter, do what you think and embrace your faith with all your heart." The Dark Goddess said slowly, "Anastasia, I will give you a task to go to London to establish a Dark Church stronghold. From now on, you will stay in London and serve your faith." "Anastasia. Goddess, I have served you for so many years, do you really have the heart to see me degrade?" Okay, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The former faith was too cold, and Anastasia subconsciously compared it. The new faith would not be so ruthless, and the master would only feel sorry for her. Wrong. Anastasia shook her head repeatedly to dispel the random thoughts in her mind, and said directly, "Goddess, I will tell the master these things, I can't hide them. I will erase this memory and you won't know what happened." The voice of the dark goddess sounded, "At the same time, I will leave something in your body to ensure that I can contact you in the future and descend into your body." Anastasia's scalp was numb and she smiled bitterly, "Goddess of darkness, what do you want? Go and contact Wayne, leave his information, and I will naturally get what I want." What exactly? Life. Evolution. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 295. August 23. The Green Dragon landed near the Bali Islands in Iberia, and Wayne and his 4 companions arrived at the beach villa. In the living room, Austin sat on the sofa and played with ancient silver coins, and Megan stood very far away today, not standing behind Austin like usual. "Why are you standing so far away, intentionally or accidentally? Tell me, have you two discussed the true meaning of life these 2 days?" Wayne looked at the scene with a frown and cold eyes, and his eyebrows were full of strong emotions of his son's anger for his mother. It's not that he is provoking, the fact is that he predicted a long time ago that Megan could defeat FLA and become the chief steward of the Landau family, and she must have used the promotion device. "You are late." Austin stood up from the sofa. Before leaving London, he asked the Queen for a month's leave, which was 1 week overdue, for fear that something would be found out there. Austin wanted to leave 2 days ago, but he didn't dare. It was because he was calculated by the villains and couldn't explain it, so he had to stay to comfort the lady's emotions. It's not just Wayne who plotted against Austin, but also Megan, who was an accomplice. Obviously, many misunderstandings could be cleared up by Megan's explanation, but she just didn't say anything, and waited in silence for SBHY's punishment, as if she had really done something unforgivable. Austin was helpless about this. He was a man who valued family very much. After years of getting along, he had long regarded Megan as a family member and couldn't bear to hurt her with cold words again and again. But not saying it means that he has ideas about Megan, and he uses SBHY's love for Megan to achieve the sinister intention of hugging her left and right. After weighing the pros and cons, Austin chose not to say it. He believed that after many years of marriage, SPHY understood his good intentions. SPHY didn't want to understand, she only knew that Austin didn't say it, and his intentions were sinister. He deserved to be beaten. "Why, I finally have the opportunity to travel with my family, and I can't play in the frozen continent for 2 days, SPHY raised his eyebrows, very unreasonable. "Of course, I mean, although you are late, this is your right," Austin said. "You are smart." Zai snorted coldly. She was too tired after the long journey. She wanted to go upstairs to take a bath and have a good rest. She would not go back to London today. She would continue to vacation in the Bali Islands. If Austin was in a hurry, he could go back to London now. She would not force him. Austin did not dare to say much and chose to stay to accompany his wife on vacation. Wayne nodded secretly. It was the end of August, the summer, and the climate in the Bali Islands was suitable. There were sunshine, beaches, and seaside, and you could see the sea buttocks again. Wonderful. Thinking of this, Wayne looked at Veronica, who understood it immediately. She hummed twice, clenched her fist and shook it, warning the pervert not to think about it, otherwise she would be served with a dragon fist. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. While flirting with each other, Veronica was secretly shy. Suddenly, she remembered the enemy beside her, took Wayne's arm and copied Zai-Fei's lines just now. It was too tiring to travel a long distance. She wanted to go upstairs to take a bath and relax. After saying that, he dragged Wayne upstairs. Austin looked at Senna with a livid face. Without any doubt, she was the love rival that Wayne arranged for Veronica. If he was a little bolder, she was the great enemy that Wayne arranged for the three little girls. A powerful enemy that could not be defeated without teaming up. Because it was Wayne, Aston boldly assumed that even if they defeated Senna in a team, Senna would join the team later. A more powerful enemy appeared. In terms of strength, Senna was a legendary wizard with dragon blood. She was a first-class strongman in any church. It was difficult to find a stronger enemy than her. But what was Wayne? Aston believed in him too much. He would create difficulties even if there were no difficulties. He would definitely find one if he wanted to. For example, the Moonlight Knight Delane, whose own strength surpassed Senna, was a powerful enemy that needed many people to team up to fight. Thinking of this, Aston sighed and comforted himself that the heir was very good and he was not wrong about him. After all, he knew what kind of person Wayne was from the beginning. Regardless of his strengths or weaknesses, Wayne did not disappoint him. Night, beach. Veronica wore a white shirt, squatted by the sea and drew circles, refusing to go into the sea no matter what. Without him, Wayne took out a swimsuit that seemed quite indecent now, and said that it was a private beach at night, and no one would see it, so he dragged Veronica over. As a rich lady, Veronica was very conservative. She almost never wore a skirt in informal occasions, and even turned off the lights when she was shivering. Although there was no difference between turning off the lights and turning on the lights with their eyesight, she still insisted on doing so. This was her last arrogant. Veronica, come down quickly, I've seen that there is no one around, you don't have to worry about someone peeing in the sea. Wayne stopped his night swim and waved. He designed the swimsuit, copied the design inspiration in the name of originality, and then shaped it with the thinking of the Golden Wizard. Wayne used the pale nest to fuse the 5 divine powers, determined his life and evolution, became the Pale Knight, and consolidated the realm of the Golden Mage in one fell swoop. In the Silver Cross stage, the magician is proficient in using magic power and has developed many usage techniques. In the Golden Triangle stage, life, emptiness, and self are balanced, and the life barrier can be opened, independent self-will, and the authority to reject void knowledge can be obtained. You can refuse, but you can't refuse all the time. The Golden Mage must make a choice for the future. You can refuse some knowledge, but you can't refuse all knowledge, and you can't refuse knowledge forever. Therefore, the Golden Mage opens the life boundary and can enter the gate of truth for a short time. In addition, the biggest transformation of the Golden Mage lies in thinking. At this stage, the magician can open up the dark realm, create a portable thinking space, or open a secret warehouse in the old nest. The specific choice depends on the strength of the Golden Mage's thinking. As long as it is strong enough and not afraid of the consumption of thinking, the Golden Mage can do whatever he wants, and build as big as he wants. This is the basic use of thinking, which is not very clever, and all Golden Mage can do it. Going further is the reshaping of thinking, which has extremely high requirements for talent. Valkyrie once reshaped the shroud into a black suit, and Senna reshaped the Asian dragon scales into a combat suit, both of which used the technique of reshaping thinking. The difference is that Valkyrie's thinking is missing too much, and she has lost the ability to reshape her thinking. She can do it only because of her great strength. So her efficiency in reshaping thinking is not high, and it takes a long time to make a suit. Austin and Megan's reshaping with the power of darkness is another way. The former is the Dark Knight and the latter is the Black Dragon. It is very easy to control the dark energy. After Wayne was promoted to the Golden Mage, he used CC as the driving force and mastered this high-end skill in the first attempt. It is conceivable that the tactical choices and matching in the future will be more flexible. Wayne waved his hands repeatedly in the sea, but Veronica refused to obey. She drew a trash can on the beach and then pressed a fist mark on it to complete her masterpiece tonight. She was very satisfied. Little girl, you are in the way. Omega Wtka N0. Senna came to Veronica quietly, looked down, and saw the painting, and secretly said it was cute. It makes people want to bully it hard. She took off her white shirt and threw it on Veronica's head. Veronica's eyes went dark, and her smile froze instantly. After throwing away her shirt, she watched the old witch walk away. She had to step on the trash can and walk into the sea in front of her. This kick was precisely placed, just erasing Veronica's fist mark. Veronica was furious on the spot, stood up and kicked Senna's masterpiece to pieces, staring at the old witch's swaying back. The moonlight was bright, shining on the beauty, allowing Veronica to see clearly. Senna's long hair was tied up. From the back, her beautiful back was as white as snow, her shoulders were elegant and charming, her waist was narrow, and she suddenly became plump at the hips, forming an extremely attractive curve. The most terrible thing was the two white long legs, with well-proportioned bones and flesh without flaws, and the perfect proportions made her figure even taller. It looked like this from the back, and it was even worse from the front. In addition to her bad character, this woman's appearance, figure, and temperament were infinitely close to perfection. Gulp. Veronica swallowed softly, and when she heard Senna's soft smile, she felt ashamed and angry, took off her shirt and threw it hard on the beach. Impotent rage.jpg. Just now she wanted to ask, why is Senna's swimsuit exactly the same as hers, did the bastard make two? Out of trust in Wayne, Veronica did not leave in anger, but walked quickly into the sea, quickly surpassed Senna, and threw herself into Wayne's arms. Once caught, she would not let go. Senna received the voice transmission, left with a little dissatisfaction, and before leaving, she began to bargain with Faith through a voice transmission in her mind. She didn't care about her face for bullying the little girl, so it's reasonable to ask for more compensation, right? Senna, we'll be in London soon, I'm promoted to a gold mage, and my inspiration is overflowing. You hold on for a few more days, and I'll let you get rid of your current predicament when my experiment succeeds, Wayne advised. It's very tempting, but Senna chose to refuse. She is very satisfied with herself now and doesn't want to go back to the past. Since you are satisfied, why don't you go back to the church headquarters? You know those people. They will definitely try their best to take away your power during your absence. Going back early can save a lot of losses while it is still not too late. It was well said, but Senna still refused. That was her past. Now she has faith and doesn't care about false power. It is good to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. They are all fated. Wayne persuaded her a few more times, and seeing Senna stopped and was about to turn around and fight with Veronica, he had to agree to her request. Senna was satisfied and left. After she left, Veronica let go of Wayne, still frightened, and whispered about the old witch. You are still looking. Seeing Wayne staring at the seaside, Veronica was furious and bit the shoulder of the trash can. I'm just looking, unlike some people who swallow their saliva, Wayne complained mercilessly. Veronica's face flushed, and she explained that women look at women from different perspectives, and they can't be generalized. She just happened to be thirsty, that's all. Then there was another incoherent speech, something about appreciation, something about contempt, and Wayne's cheerful laughter spread in the air. August 25th. At London Airport, several black luxury cars slowly drove out. Healy stayed in the Bali Islands for vacation, but she was willful for only one day. She knew that as the head of the family, Austin often had to listen to the opinions of his buttocks. She was the same. The high priest of the district had been absent from work for more than a month and had to go back to work. The adult world is like this. Brain power is not as good as butt power. You have to learn to restrain your personality. After returning to Randall Manor, the first thing Healy did when she got off the car was to release Austin and send him to the Grove with one punch, and then drove to the branch headquarters of the Church of Nature. After watching the show, Veronica rushed to her villa, called people, and summoned think tanks and generals to discuss countermeasures. She has been keeping a close eye on the old witch these days and has not let her succeed, but according to the old witch herself, she has tasted the sweetness. Veronica is not sure whether Senna deliberately disgusts her or it is true, and she is going to ask Chris and Willie to help her with reference. By the way, move in for a while and take turns to guard the trash can. Don't let Senna move the trash can to the church headquarters. Austin rushed to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible, and Wayne drove to the base to do experiments. Everyone was busy and had their own top priorities. Wayne's top priority was to shut up the princess. It can't be delayed any longer. The princess has been missing for 2 months, and with the death of Deputy Minister Allen, the Queen is probably going crazy. The princess must be returned as soon as possible. Before leaving, Wayne showed Juno his angel form, with big eyes and wings, and a layer of holy light special effects, a high-level angel descending to the earth. This scene, even the Pope would have to believe it. Juno believed it firmly. Chicken soup and cakes, the more she ate, the better. For the sake of her future, she stayed in the secret base obediently these days and did not go anywhere. Not only did the victim not tell on the kidnappers, but she also kept it secret for the kidnappers, which shows that she wanted to make progress too much. Juno felt okay. As a captive, Wayne took great care of her. There was no torture art, nor was she posed into body art. A mere 2 months of house arrest was nothing compared to the great evolution. Looking into the reasons, Juno's phone call changed her fate. Wayne could not use coercive means on her. In order to keep the secret of the Landau family, he could only give her a big stick and a sweet date. Wayne walked quickly into the base and saw Juno lying on the sofa reading a newspaper. He put on a white coat, put on medical gloves, and turned to walk towards the laboratory. Study the forgotten first, start with them. During the days when Wayne was away, Juno and Celeste stayed in the laboratory and did not go anywhere. Celeste was completely contaminated and could not think of betrayal, so she was responsible for monitoring Juno and feeding the forgotten. He did a good job. The forgotten grew fatter, and Juno also gained 2 pounds. Brother Wayne, you are finally back. God, I am almost dying of anxiety. Juno hurriedly caught up. Look at you, you are anxious again. Wayne pushed open the door of the laboratory calmly and said, I warned you that evolution cannot start rashly, otherwise you will become Celeste, completely lose your self-will, and obey me from then on. You don't want this, right? No, I'm not in a hurry to evolve. Juno picked up the newspaper, pointed to today's front page headline, and said solemnly, can you let me go out for a while? Something big happened outside. There will be a war soon. I must show up. Wayne glanced at the newspaper and frowned immediately. A very vague headline, related to the international situation. According to an unknown person, on August 23, the Ross Federation and Prussia signed a secret agreement, which is very likely to divide the 2 countries' spheres of influence in the eastern part of the chosen continent. The newspaper did not say what the specific agreement was, but the words showed that the intelligence was reliable and came from relevant internal personnel. Wayne's face was embarrassed, thinking of the famous non-aggression treaty. War horses and tanks organized a rally, and the tanks won a great victory, and then there was no ripples. Calculating the time, Wayne estimated that the headline was probably referring to this treaty. It's no wonder that Juno was anxious, it was really serious. This treaty meant that Windsor and Frank were about to declare war on Prussia, and the World War was about to come back. At that time, it was time to stand on the side and surrender, and the whole world would be chased around by tanks. But what does this have to do with you? Windsor is the Queen's country. Even if you will be the Queen in the future, you are not the Queen now. Wayne shook his head and asked Juno to wait a few more days. He had a hunch that the problem would be solved soon. It's different. I have to control the princess. She is just a puppet. Without me, she can't. Juno wanted to say something else, but was blocked outside the laboratory door and stared blankly. Half an hour later, Secretary Mona heard the news and came to report to Wayne on the recent work. An hour later, Odelia arrived and told about the recent situation. While conducting experiments, Wayne listened to the reports of the two women and tried the latest ideas. He didn't know where to start with the blind spots involved, so he sent a telepathic message to Senna to come and help. Gulp. Juno's eyes lit up as he watched the beauty walk into the laboratory. He was so excited that he lay down in the crack of the door and looked inside. As a princess of a country, she had seen all kinds of beauties. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful one. By the way, 3 of them have already gone in. The beauties around the angel are better than each other. After the evolution, as one of her own, can she invite her colleagues home for tea? It should be possible. They are all girls. It is reasonable to have a tea party. Master, are you looking for me? Senna entered with a smile and glanced at Mona and Odelia. The way she addressed them made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Odelia knew who Senna was. She had seen her in the hidden mist forest. At that time, Senna was still struggling. She didn't address Wayne as unrestrainedly as she does now, so she didn't think too much about it. Mona was in a worse mood. Her exclusive address was occupied again and again, and she fell into a serious sense of crisis. Mona, this is Senna, the teacher of my teacher Sci-fi, the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. Wayne introduced. Senna, this is Mona, you have met Odelia. Wayne asked Senna to come over to assist in the experiment and prove to the other party that he was really doing research. Once successful, Senna would be able to find herself again. Well, maybe less egotistical, but certainly better than the current situation. Senna didn't take these words to heart. She was very clear about her situation. Just wait for death. There is no way to save her. Even if you save her, your life will be useless. It's all useless anyway, so why waste time? Besides, she wasn't looking forward to it at all. Looking through Senna's thoughts, Wayne was extremely helpless and simply put it aside. But Senna can ignore it, the experiment must be successful. The dragon blood curse of Sci-fi and Veronica is a big hidden danger, especially Sci-fi. Seeing Austin getting stronger and stronger, the strong woman feels uncomfortable and begins to plan to attack the legendary mage. Realm. Time is running out for Wayne. In addition to them, Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church, and Cushing, Willie's father, have mild symptoms and there is still room for recovery. The success of the experiment can allow them to retain more of themselves. Especially Willie's father, who is a big-muscled tyrant. Wayne will let him survive no matter what, and he is determined not to let him inherit Windsor's evil habits. Senna is well informed and has profound magical attainments. She is a very good deputy. With her assistance, Wayne saves a lot of time to think, and the experiment progresses very smoothly. Mona and Odelia stepped back, feeling the pressure from Veronica. Can't beat it? It can't be beaten at all. The last person whom Mona felt she couldn't beat was Philomena. The high priest of the Moonlight Church was perfect. Mona thought that there were only a handful of beauties of this level. There were indeed only a handful of them, but they were all met by Wayne. It doesn't matter if you encounter it, the key is the issue of address, which I can't bear. Later in the night, Wayne put down the work at hand and looked at several forgotten materials that had lost their value, preparing for Austin to send people back to the asylum another day. The experiment has gone through several stages, and the data is complete and ready for the next step. At this step, Wayne chose Senna, and regardless of the opponent's resistance, issued an order to make her cooperate obediently. His mind sank into Senna's body and set out to take away all her evolution. Senna resisted fiercely, struggled too hard, and showed an attitude of being unrepentant. Wayne had no choice but to let her go. "Senna, you have to think clearly. I am not letting you go, I am not letting you go." Wayne looked solemnly and said, "This is the last chance, freedom and family, what is your choice? Can I really be free?" Senna shook her head slightly and said with a clear head, "Evolution is irreversible. I can only gain partial freedom. If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. I am willing to dedicate everything to my faith." "Oh well." Wayne nodded, released Senna's restraints, and let her leave the experimental table. There are many restrictions that have been released, giving Senna great authority, and the treatment is the same as anesthesia, free range, no matter what. Senna's eyes lit up. Without these constraints, she could push further. "Stand on the edge, don't whisper." Wayne gave a verbal warning but did not use his mind to restrain him, and then called Celeste in. Also completely polluted, Celeste is very honest, respects her faith, and has no intention of offending. Unlike Senna, she always cares about getting along closely with her faith. Look at them and look at you. They are all legendary mages. Your beliefs are mixed with too much self-conception. Pointing to living examples, Wayne criticized Senna for her self-destruction. It was precisely because of her dirty thoughts and misunderstanding of her faith and preferences that she was in the current situation. Senna curled her lips and said rudely, "Master, is there a possibility that my thinking is affected by you? Your thoughts come first, and then my changes." "Ah, this." Seeing that Wayne was at a loss for words, Senna continued, "Subconsciously, you are not interested in male relatives, so he does not express a strong desire for faith, or in other words, the way of desire is different. Anastasia and Ayazi is." "Okay, stop talking, you are the only one with many excuses." Wayne interrupted directly and made some nonsense, which sounded reasonable at first and almost deceived him. "Also, don't call me master from now on. It sounds too weird." After receiving the thought command, Senna let out a light sigh and looked at Mona, who was standing aside in surprise. This secretary had a very high status in Wayne's mind, so in order to take care of his emotions, he chose to make her suffer. Senna thought for a moment. In terms of appearance, it was impossible for her to lose. It could only be because of feelings. Interesting. A smile appeared on Senna's lips. She had been released from many constraints and had great self-authority. She could do things that she had never dared to think of before. In this case, why should we be content to just be dependents instead of going further? Her faith is very emotional, and sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. If she also gets sincerity, and if there is a similar situation in the future, she will definitely not be the one who is wronged. The beauty found her target and began to taunt her old rival. "Anastasia, you have lost after all, just wait and see my face in the future." You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 296. The clinical trial lasted for 5 days. Wayne and Senna were responsible for the research, and Celeste was responsible for being studied. Everyone had a bright future. Due to the reasonable division of labor and the combination of men and women, the efficiency was extremely high. Celeste jumped back and forth between heaven and hell, and her dedication to science pointed out a clear path for Wayne. He used his body to prove that once evolution begins, it cannot be stopped. But as the God who gave evolution and the owner of faith, Wayne can choose not to accept faith. Originally, it was not possible. Wayne could not do this. After the Pale Nest and the Pale Night, he and the Book of Greed went a step further and now have more room for operation. With the help of Senna, Wayne found a solution. The secondary pollution in the original plan was proved to be undesirable. Whether it was the white foam on the pale nest or the flesh and blood on Senna, they all had a strong desire for faith. If Wayne left it alone, they would evolve on their own. So Wayne can only choose to grant evolution by himself, and according to the experimental data on Anastasia, first pollute and then treat. You can change the body, but never the mind. While changing the body, give up the belief to block it, and then use the pale nest as a substitute for faith. In short, evolution is irreversible. The pale nest is Wayne's idol and his way of expression in the world, which is used to accept and manipulate faith. As the root of faith, Wayne represents the absolute truth, which cannot be seen or described. As the embodiment of faith, the pale nest is an understandable truth that can be observed and described. With this identity in front, Wayne has a lot of room for operation. Whether it is Juno, Sif, and Veronica, even if their future encounters irreversible evolution, their faith is the pale nest that can be seen on the surface, which is an understandable truth, not Wayne, God. What a pity. If I had been promoted to a gold mage earlier, it would have been better. Wayne looked at Senna with regret. If he had found a way to crack it earlier, the latter would not be like this now. That being said, if Senna had not become like this, she would not have assisted Wayne wholeheartedly, and there would be no idea of solving the problem today. Senna shrugged, looking annoyed, and said pitiful words, hoping that Faith would not just focus on guilt. What's the point of just feeling guilty and apologizing? Come on, do something practical. You can't just bow and be done with it after doing something wrong. It's so funny. Do you really think you don't have to take responsibility for doing something wrong? Senna is not simple and pretentious. She is not an ordinary coquettish woman. Wayne has no way to deal with her, and he doesn't want to continue to impose constraints on her and make her lose her few self-identities, so he just lets her go. Since there is no way back, let it be. Laboratory. Junyo lay on the cold laboratory table covered with a layer of white cloth, looking forward to seeing the surgeon Wayne, and signed her name readily in the face of the document handed over. Juno Jones/Elizabeth Windsor. 2 names, 2 identities, both willing to bear all the consequences of evolution, very rigorous. Wayne warned Juno twice before taking action, confirmed that Juno was okay, raised his hand and put it on the other's forehead, and summoned the pale nest to enter with his mind. Wayne's palm melted, and the white foam merged into Juno's ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, granting evolution and pollution, changing the other's life form. At the same time, through the pale nest, the mind was introduced into Juno's body, chattering and whispering, so that the other party would remember her appearance as a human being, and boldly imagine the future evolution path. Juno's goal is only angels, and her evolutionary path is self-evident, it can only be an angel. In order to let her achieve her goal, Wayne also gave her the power of the Golden Rule Holy Word during the evolution process. This information comes from the Golden Rule Bible and the altar of the Lord of Pride, especially the latter, which is of a very high rank. It is Wayne's way of repaying Juno's kindness. Since she made that call, Wayne will definitely repay her. Juno's body slowly floated up, and the white sheet slipped off, revealing her slender and beautiful figure. Wayne had no mood to appreciate it, and closed his eyes to sense the changes in Juno's body, fearing that something went wrong. The process could not be said to be safe, but only a false alarm. Juno longed for the powerful angel power, and her ambition was so great that even the Golden Rule words that Wayne mastered could not satisfy her. Wayne had to make corrections through the pale nest, so that she could face herself and not think about becoming the most primitive angel in one step. That was too weird, and there were not 10 of them in the whole heaven. With this correction of thinking, Juno quickly found the direction of evolution. Her body exuded white foam and slowly expanded, her limbs were bloated, her torso was pale, and she had no normal human beauty. Like a corpse, the corrupt bacteria in the body multiplied wildly due to the out-of-control immune system, and a large amount of corrupt gas was injected, making it difficult to distinguish the true appearance of the whole person. Then, the golden rule words began to correct. The holy light power in Juno's body plus the evolution granted by Wayne, supplemented by the words of the golden rule, evolved according to Juno's desires. This process is very similar to the power of hell that Wayne gave to Odelia and Regina, allowing them to successfully transform into succubi. However, whether it is Juno's angel evolution or Odelia and Regina's hell evolution, they all bypassed the original beliefs. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine. If something goes wrong, the original owner will definitely come to ask for copyright fees. It's easy to say in heaven. Wayne can barely pretend to be a small account of a high-level angel to fool them. Hell is more troublesome. As we all know, there is only one source of succubus, the lord of lust among the 7 demon kings. Even if she is willing to talk nicely, she still has a huge appetite. It was useless to think about the future. Wayne only looked at the present, observing the changes in Juno's body, and collecting data to increase the success rate of future operations. It's shameful to say that Juno was also part of the experiment, and everything Wayne did was paving the way for He and Veronica. With just the two of them, there must be no oversight. The golden light bloomed, and the words of the golden rule were wrapped into halo characters. It rotated around Juno like a belt, reshaping her bloated body and covering it with a layer of holy brilliance. In the eyes of devout believers, Juno is holy, but in the eyes of Wayne and Senna, this is just a false angel body. Soon, Juno's body returned to its original shape. The white skin adheres to the whole body, not like normal human skin, but more like a leather sheath. The limbs are slender and strong, maintaining the overall anthropomorphic shape. After stretching the hands and feet, the height jumps to more than 2 meters. A pair of white wings spread out behind it, and with the rotation of the belt of the golden rule, the wings rhymed with light and dropped energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye. At the end of the wings, several black feathers formed and then fell to the ground. Juno's angel form has no obvious gender characteristics, only the chest is slightly raised, not 2 parallel lines before and after. On the head, large pieces of foam squirmed like a bird's triangular head. There are no ears and eyes, and the whole face seems to be covered with a triangular mask. The pale skin has a metallic texture, and it is gathered together with the belt of the golden rule. The white mask has a cross pattern, and a golden eyeball pattern gathers in the center. Juno's mouth is located under the triangular mask, and her lips are elegant and cool. It is the most normal part of her body. The golden rule oracles shrink and disappear, and evolution ends. Easier than expected. Senna looked at her faith and easily created an artificial angel, which was so stable. This was far beyond the effects that could be achieved in the demigod's life realm. Her faith grew stronger again. As for the future, where can we go? As a dependent, she grows stronger along with her faith. What will the future look like? Gudu. Senna swallowed softly, thinking that even if she hadn't been changed by Wayne, she would still be fascinated by this man. The desire was too strong. Wayne had not yet separated from the amplifier's pale lair, and he clearly felt Senna's desire. He rolled his eyes at her to tell her to be more honest. Senna was ready to take action, and Wayne promised to reward her severely as long as the experiment was successful. It's considered a success for the time being. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Wayne told Senna expressionlessly, I guided her thinking through the pale nest. Her belief will become the pale nest. Although she doesn't know it herself, there are still risks. I understand, the followers of the pale nest are not your followers, right? Senna came behind Wayne, hit the ball with the ball and said, you have done a good job. Sci-fi will not become like me. If you are afraid, then become a real god. She believes in a god, there can't be anything wrong, right? Senna broke through Wayne's grudge with one word, and then said, "But I have no choice. You must give me what you promised me. Is this how you talk to your beliefs? Sina, don't always think about what faith has given you, but think about it, what have you given to faith?" "I gave everything to my faith." "That's right." Seeing Senna rubbing her little hands without blushing or heartbeat, Wayne sighed, "Let's go on a date first. I ordered a candlelight dinner. I hope you can appreciate it." "And a candlelight dinner?" Senna was slightly startled, with a blush on her face. "Why are you so solemn? If Veronica finds out, she will definitely misunderstand." "Forget it." "No." 4 or 5 days later, the time came to September 3rd. After Juno successfully evolved, he ignored his joy and left the secret stronghold with Celeste. She had been missing for so long that it was difficult to explain to her queen mother that it was impossible to directly confess her evolution, not to mention the constraints imposed by Wayne, who simply did not want to express it. The queen thinks like a queen, the princess thinks like a princess, and so does the prince. The royal family atmosphere is full of feeling. In addition to explaining the reason for her disappearance, Juno also faces a headache: how to explain the disappearance of Deputy Minister of Magic Alan. Regardless, Ellen stayed in contact with Celeste before her disappearance, and after Ellen's disappearance, Juno disappeared with Celeste. Thinking on the bright side, the princess and the teacher teamed up to kill the Deputy Minister of Magic, and they have been recovering from their injuries during this time. Wayne didn't worry about these things. Juno thought of a way on his own. He agreed to Senna's request that night and allowed her to take advantage of her. After Senna got what she wanted, she left Windsor with satisfaction and returned to the church headquarters to continue her fight for fame and wealth. Mulla is not dead, but it does not affect the identity of Wayne's successor. Senna harbors the desire to become the Pope in order to dedicate the entire church to her faith. The saint of the Church of Nature has been decided. Dussa in Villa number 8, Senna is full of malicious thoughts about whether to attack the saint. Wayne's original dream was to hug his teacher Xi-Fei's thigh. After Xi-Fei became the Pope, he would go to the village of Fish and meet as the Pope's student, dragging the saint with him every night to talk about luminous scripts. Although there have been some twists and turns in the process, he is very close to his dream. The teacher's teacher is very close to the Pope and only thinks about him. After sending Senna away, Wayne went straight to the manor of the high priest of the Moonlight Church. He did not return to Wayne's house. In recent days, Wayne called home from time to time. He learned from the housekeeper FLA that Mrs. Chris had recently moved to Landau Manor and had not returned home. After thinking about it, Willie should be there too. The three little ones were trembling with fear because of Senna. They had probably started to stick together. Praise Senna, she is so powerful. Since Chris was not at home, Wayne's time management was easy to operate. He kicked open Philomena's door and spoke the standard words of a scumbag. "I'm in London, just got off the plane, I miss you, and I rushed to find you as soon as possible." Philomena didn't know that Wayne had just climbed up from another legendary wizard. He was deeply moved by the scumbag's words, and coupled with his deep longing, he decisively asked for sick leave and didn't go to the church. Unfortunately, due to the recent tense international situation, Philomena could not stay with her boyfriend and listen to his sweet words. She rushed back to the church headquarters to work overtime the next day. Wayne was also busy. As usual, he made a bunch of unequal treaties and drove to Landau Manor. The black car stopped, and Wayne went straight to the eldest lady's villa. He had a draft of 100,000 words in his mind and planned all kinds of possibilities. He was not afraid at all. After walking a few steps, he noticed a strange sight and looked up at the window upstairs. Austin looked down from a high place, as if he was looking at a piece of trash, as disgusted as he could be. Wayne could deceive others, but he could not deceive Austin. Princess Night Juno appeared, and the princess herself also appeared in public, but Wayne still worked overtime for 4 or 5 days. Austin knew with his toes that Wayne must have been very busy these days. Austin gave a look, Wayne nodded, returned to the big house and headed straight for the study. In front of the door, he saw the expressionless housekeeper Megan. Wayne stopped. "Aunt May, I just heard the servants discussing that there will be one more mouth to feed next year. Do you have any accurate information?" Megan. As a housekeeper, she has the responsibility of supervising a group of servants. Please tell her who are the people who are making rumors. Wayne tilted his head happily. Seeing that Megan didn't speak for a long time, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Aunt May, don't you plan to thank me?" Megan lowered her head and said thank you in her heart, but she advised the young master not to meddle in other people's business. She came to join this family, not to break it up. If she caused the conflict between the master and the lady, she would rather leave. Wayne blinked and didn't get a response. He guessed that Megan had made no progress. After thinking about it, whether there was any progress or not, Austin's scumbag character was already stable. In this case, he didn't need to help advance the plot. He hoped that Austin would set an example, but he didn't want to see Austin hugging people left and right. That would be more painful than killing him. "How long are you going to stand outside? Come in quickly." Austin's dissatisfied voice came from the study, a little irritable. "Why are you urging me? I'm talking to my stepmother." "Oh, Carrot." Wayne pushed open the study door with an arrogant look on his face, and said arrogantly, "Austin, I've been worried about this family. What's wrong with you waiting for a while? Besides, I'm so polite to Mrs. Megan. This is the respect of the younger generation to the elders, and it is a manifestation of filial piety. You should be happy. When you are old in the future. Blah blah, waby. X2. The people who were eavesdropping outside the house couldn't stand it, and Austin, who was sitting on the sofa, became more and more unbearable. He thought Wayne would stop after saying a few words, but he didn't expect that Wayne would keep talking without him saying stop. "Is this how you talk Tokugai to autism? No wonder Tokugai didn't say anything about you. You are annoying to anyone who comes." Austin looked at the time and raised his hand to interrupt Wayne's nonsense. "Stop talking. Have you read the newspaper these days? The war is about to start." "I have. It is said that the Queen will give a national speech today." Wayne nodded. In a corner of the study, the original green plants were moved away and replaced with a TV. Queen Sophia was about to give a radio speech to all the citizens of Windsor. Wayne glanced at the TV, then returned his gaze to Austin, pointed at his forehead and said, "Compared to the changes in the international situation, I am more concerned about the situation at home. What's the matter with the gauze on your head? Was it the Queen who beat you?" Austin was always playing the victim, and Wayne did not miss this opportunity to tease him. Austin took off the gauze, looked at the TV and said, "Today, the Queen will declare war on Prussia on behalf of Windsor. Frank will also declare war at the same time. There was originally the Ross Federation, but they failed to reach an alliance and cooperation relationship, so they don't want to fight with Prussia. Of course they don't want to. Windsor and Frank haven't fallen yet." Wayne was sarcastic. Rather than saying it was an alliance, it was Windsor's usual method. When in doubt, they retreated behind their allies, shouted across the sea that justice would prevail, and provided all assistance except for assistance. With this character, the Ross Federation would be crazy to form an alliance, and it would be more reliable to sign a non-aggression agreement with Prussia. At least this agreement is reliable now. Prussia doesn't want to go to war on two fronts and be attacked from both sides, so it will definitely abide by the agreement. The Ross Federation holds the initiative and sits on the sidelines watching the dog-eat-dog fight below. In August, the delegations of Windsor and Frank met with the Ross Federation, but they never reached an agreement. In fact, they started negotiations in April. Austin ignored Wayne's sarcasm and said, "You are a spy." It is normal to be dissatisfied with the country, but I hope you can correct your attitude and not bring your dissatisfaction with certain people into everything. At least do a good job on the surface and don't let people find out your dissatisfaction. What do you mean, when you hit the Queen, she hit you? Wayne frowned. I have been missing for too long and can't give a reasonable explanation. It is normal for the Queen to be dissatisfied with me. Austin said it in passing without mentioning the recent predicament. Let me tell you, if you go to her with the relationship of an old lover, she will definitely not. Shut up. Austin interrupted unhappily and continued, Prussia launched a full-scale attack on Bologna. Although Bologna has a large number of tanks and its army is extremely powerful. Wait a minute, isn't it cavalry? Wayne gestured curiously for a few times. On the Great Plains, cold weapons fought against tank troops, and they collapsed thousands of miles. They surrendered after struggling for a few days. Where did you hear the rumor? Do you think the Bolognese are fools? That's right. Damn online rumors, who is behind the rumors and gossip? Wayne secretly thought it was bad luck. He hated people who talked nonsense without any evidence. Bologna's defeat was certain, but the Queen declared war on Prussia. The root cause was not Bologna, but the previous Czechoslovakia. Prussia tore up the agreement. Seeing that Wayne, as an agent, had only a vague understanding of the truth of the international situation, Austin had to be patient to popularize it. Windsor's foreign policy has always remained unchanged. There are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The main goal is to watch the fire from the other side of the river, and set fire everywhere if there is no fire. The strength of Prussia and the comprehensive defense of Frank made Windsor choose to compromise. Windsor could not rush to the front, nor would it rush to the front. In order to satisfy Prussia's appetite, Windsor and Frank allowed her to expand outward, recover the lost territory, and guide it all the way to the territory of the Ross Federation. After the agreement was torn up, Czechoslovakia fell, which was a slap in the face of Windsor and Frank, especially the latter. Czechoslovakia was an ally like brothers and friends, but it was gone before the money was added, which made Frank look weak, cowardly, and playful. Since the agreement has been torn up, the compromise in the past is useless, and the Ross Federation is motionless. Windsor can only change his attitude towards Prussia. Austin explained the very complicated diplomatic transformation, and the person who took the blame was found, the current Prime Minister of the country. No matter what he did or didn't do, there must be someone who stood up to take the blame. The status cannot be low, otherwise there is no qualification to take the blame. As far as I know, Frank has spent all his military expenses on a line of defense, which is impregnable and unbreakable. Prussia cannot capture this line of defense, right? Wayne raised his eyebrows and began to think of a bad trick. It's hard to say. Just look at that line of defense. Prussia can't break through it in 10 years. 10 years of war is enough to drag down a country. Austin didn't want to be fooled, and his answer was quite vague. Not only him, but almost everyone thought so. Especially Frank himself. Why fight? If he wins, Windsor will pick the fruits, and if he loses, it will be even more unlucky. It's better to switch the whole country to a defensive state and wait for Prussia to bite the teeth and leave when it feels painful. But no matter what, the war cannot extend to Windsor's territory. I still have this confidence, Austin added. Wayne's eyes lit up and he pursed his lips. How about a bet? Austin's heart trembled, and he held the lucky ancient silver coin tightly. He had never won a bet with Wayne. Do you think the war will spread to the land of Windsor? It is not ruled out, but the probability is very low. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, how about it? You have a high chance of winning. Do you want to bet? Austin thought for a long time. Holding the lucky ancient silver coin, how could he keep losing? It was his turn to win once. Today was his chance to turn the tables. Wayne held his breath and did not speak, waiting for Austin to nod and agree, and silently advised, Don't look at the strong Prussian soldiers and horses. The surrounding countries raised their hands when they met. They were all small countries, just technical adjustments. When big countries like Windsor and Frank entered the field, Prussia would have to go home and coil obediently no matter how strong it was. Only from the perspective of military strength. Wayne was very curious, in this world with magic, how would the war go? Frank couldn't really raise his hands and surrender, right? Just as I was thinking about it, the Queen's face appeared on the TV screen. Declaration of War Speech. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 297. On this solemn moment, perhaps the most life or death moment in our country's history, I offer my condolences to every citizen. The vast majority of us will face a second war. We have repeatedly sought to resolve disputes between countries through peaceful means, but all in vain. We must accept this challenge. We will still face a difficult period of time, and the war is not limited to the front lines. We sincerely pray here. As long as everyone has justice and firm faith, with God's help, we will surely win. On TV, Queen Sophia's speech was ups and downs. She first stated her helplessness at the coming of the war and that the country had worked hard, then criticized the evil Prussia and the evil head of state, and finally called on the people to unite to defeat evil and win. Victory will definitely belong to Windsor. Bang bang bang. Wayne stood up immediately after finishing the speech, clapped enthusiastically in response to the call, and acted impulsively as if he would join the army in the next second. But no. He clapped his hands for 2 minutes to show respect. After finishing the process, his expression changed for a second, and he turned to Alston and said, "There is going to be a war. Do we have enough supplies? Will our business be affected? My business won't work, your business will be gone. The Landau family is rich in millions. In addition to opening a bank and monopolizing the bill exchange business, it has also invested in many industries including real estate, military industry, and people's livelihood. The country's war machine was turned on, and the Landau family, as one of the tulip families, bore the brunt of severe challenges and was unable to make as much money as before. The Queen gave the tulip family the power to monopolize all walks of life, and now it is the tulip family's turn to spit it out. Such as the Landau family's military industry and people's livelihood industry, these factories have all suspended their original orders and turned full firepower to the strategic materials needed by the country. During the war, nylon stockings were not a necessity of daily life, and all production was stopped. The precious raw materials were used to produce military supplies, military uniforms, tents, parachutes, etc. In other words, Wayne's way of making money was gone, and he had to find another way to make money to support his family. Damn, I hate war. Wayne shook his head helplessly. He had expected this day early and was not surprised, and then said, "Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and asked the teachers' company to stock up on a large number of stockings and then put them on the market in batches through hunger marketing. Although the sales volume has dropped, the unit price has gone up, and the rounding also saves labor costs, which does not affect my profit." Streetlightprobe.jpg. Austin rolled his eyes. The air was so good that he was definitely the right choice. The discontinuation of nylon stockings was only part of the impact of the war. What really bothered Austin was that he was not in London in August. Because he could not be contacted, a lot of blame was thrown on him. Windsor is an island country, which means inconvenient transportation and limited resources. Factories across the country began to rush to reserve strategic materials to cope with the shortage of resources in the future, or to sell strategic materials to allies at high prices. For capitalists, the war economy has advantages and disadvantages. Exporting blood to the outside world can make a profit, but internally it involves insufficient supply and inflation, which no one wants to face. The tulip family could not escape the domestic market. The former tulip knights had enjoyed eating, drinking and having fun for so many years, and it was time to let go and pay off their debts. As we all know, it is easy to eat but difficult to spit out. At the August meeting, several tulip families, which mainly focus on commercial finance and industrial industry, began to argue. Each one was more capable than the other. Because Austin was not present and did not show off his acting skills, all the money-losing deals were attributed to him. Superior. Wayne nodded while listening. Seeing Austin's angry face, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Father, the ministers are lining their own pockets, and the Queen prefers treacherous people. How can we mess up the country's politics with these insects? Why don't we take the Queen away? From now on, you will be the king and I will be the prince, punching Frank, kicking Prussia, and leading Windsor to dominate the world." Alston. "Then, will the Queen be mine, the princess be yours, and the prince be the driver, and we will take turns. After all, the Queen is your lover, so you can kill her if you want. The princess is your illegitimate daughter. You can take it with her. As for the prince..." Wayne touched his chin and thought seriously, his eyes flashing. "Keeping him here is a hidden danger. Send him to join the army, become an army soldier, and transfer him directly to the front line. Wayne plans the future for the Landau family. Putting aside the Pale Knight, he and Austin can put together 6 chosen knights. There are 3 dragons in the family, many lovers, and the standard VIPs who want money. Rich. With such a big family fortune, it would be a shame not to rebel. Windsor is unbeatable. Ministry of Magic. It wasn't possible before, with only 25 young men among the staff, but now it's even more miserable, and even the 2nd and 5th young men can't be found. 2 of the 3 deputy ministers have died, and only the old woman Yvette is left alone. The more Wayne talks, the more he talks. He laughs at the fact that all the undercover agents in the Ministry of Magic are useless. The royal family only knows how to balance and trap itself. When Austin raises his arms, countless people across the country will respond. Are you done? Let's talk about business. Austin ignored Wayne's nonsense. If someone else said this, Austin would be willing to call him a wolf with ambitions and lofty ambitions. He would take him as a confidant on the spot, and then turn around and notify the Queen to start ransacking the house. Change it to Wayne. It can only be said that the style of painting does not match, and it is not even worth reporting. Seeing that Wayne was silent, Austin said, "Windsor and Frank face each other across the sea. The war is a long way away from us. Just like last time, Frank is still in the front this time. The friendship between the 2 countries cannot be lost. Frank knows this very well and has deployed defenses on the border early on. They have the world's best army. Even if they have suffered heavy losses, the foundation of the world's best is still there. This line of defense that concerns the survival of the country will not be lost." Austin analyzed the interests and began to discuss the future strategic layout. It was not the grand strategy of Windsor, but how the Landau family could minimize losses and show their loyalty to the royal family under the current international situation. Strictly speaking, Austin is still quite patriotic. The current leader is his ex-girlfriend, who also takes good care of him. Compared with other tulip families, his life is very comfortable. Even in return, he would not betray the country, and rebellion would be even more impossible. But all of these have a premise. Austin puts family above loyalty, loves his family first, and then the rest will be used for patriotism. 80% of other tulip families are similar. After 300 years, the loyalty of the tulip knights to the royal family will be greatly discounted. According to Austin's analysis, under the shadow of war, economic downturn, limited resources, the contradictions between tulip families will become more and more acute, and how to consolidate the status of the family is the top priority. Well, 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 you are worthy of being the noble Lord of London with the Union Jack. Even at this time, you still don't forget to fight internally. Wayne raised his eyebrows. As the saying goes, amateurs fight externally, and experts fight internally. Austin's strategic vision of focusing on internal fighting is fine, but there is a major mistake in the analysis of the international situation. What does it mean that the line of defense will not fall? Do you know the value of words like solid as a rock, unbreakable, and the advantage is mine? Although Wayne also thinks that in the magic world, there are many Frankish churches, and the beliefs of all parties are mixed together, ushering in an epic level of strengthening, and the line of defense will not be broken, but Prussia's strengthening will only be more powerful. This line of defense is probably still going to be finished, and there is no need to go around, the magician will charge and jump and chop and it will be done. Thinking of this, Wayne said directly, Austin, do you really believe that the line of defense will not fall and can protect us across the sea? What else? Can the world's first army lose with the whole country's strength to defend? Austin was very interested, and seeing that Wayne insisted on sending it, he generously met his humble request. The two of them signed a written agreement, which was a big gamble. If Austin wins, it proves that Wayne is only unreasonable. Not only must he prove Austin's innocence and remove all the previous black pots, but he must also destroy the unexposed written agreement on the spot, and obey the orders of the head of the family in the future. If Wayne wins, it proves that Austin is short-sighted and unfit to lead the Landau family forward. If the version should be withdrawn, it should be withdrawn, and Wayne will succeed as the new head of the family. The old rules, Meghan drafted it, and the two signed it? Wait, when that line of defense is broken, I become the head of the family, and the first order is to let Aunt May resign as the housekeeper and rest assured to be the second wife of the current master. Wayne imagined the future. Meghan being the second wife was not the focus was to make FLA and fulfill the promise he once made to FLA. Wayne wants everyone to know that he is not Austin. What he cares about is the professional quality of the housekeeper rather than the promotion. The difference is obvious. X2. Meghan put away the document expressionlessly, subconsciously glanced at the world map behind the desk, and accurately found the location of the defense line, and began to think about how to break through the defense line. Austin smiled without saying anything, happily playing with the ancient silver coins in his hand. He felt that this was a sure thing without saying anything. The shame of the past is now. Wayne, do you think that Frank only defends and does not attack, and puts his hope on a line of defense? Such a gambler mentality will definitely fail. The document has been signed, and Austin talked boldly. This is also the reason why he asked Wayne to come here today. Bar Book 69 New. No, I just believe in Prussia. Just look at the sewers and you will know that they are rigorous, pragmatic, highly intelligent, and visionary, Wayne said with reason. Austin didn't know what Wayne was talking about, so he turned and said, in your impression, people from the church won't participate in the war, right? Finally got to the point. Wayne's eyes lit up. On the contrary, I think the magicians of the church will participate in the war. This war is different from the last one. The last time the fight stopped halfway through, and the church ended before they had a chance to enter. They will definitely not miss the opportunity to do it again. It's hard to say whether the church will participate in the war, but the magicians of the church will definitely participate. There is no other reason. Although faith has no borders, magicians have borders. When the war breaks out, facing the tragic death of their loved ones, the magicians will definitely take the opportunity to retaliate in grief. Associating the results of the First World War, it is hard to say that the church did not participate, but just didn't put the fight on the surface. Wayne is not guessing randomly, there is evidence, and his identity as a reincarnated angel is one of the evidences. For no reason, why did heaven throw down 7 angels, and the number just corresponds to the 7 demon kings of hell? There must be a reason for this. The Father Church is the #1 belief in the chosen continent. Once heaven takes action, it will definitely be a big move. Be bolder. Heaven's action this time is not only aimed at hell, but also at other faiths on the chosen continent. So, how could the church not participate in this war? Since you think the church will participate in the war, why do you think Frank will not be able to hold that line of defense? Ostankey said, once the line of defense is lost, the entire Frank will have no place to fight again. They will face an unprecedented defeat. No church wants to see this. Ah, what do you mean? I don't understand. Wayne was a little confused. Why does the church want to protect Frank? Only when the world is in chaos can they promote God's teachings, and only then will people be willing to believe in their teachings. World peace is not good for them. No, a stable order is more important. Austin took Windsor as an example. We all know that Windsor has problems, big problems. The Prime Minister, and the Queen all know it, but no one will propose reforms. Reform represents change, and change represents destruction. When an order can proceed, no matter how many problems it has, it is right. The right thing cannot be changed. Change means failure, and failure leads to destruction. Wayne probably understood something. According to him, when a piece of code can run, don't worry about it even if there are bugs. You may be kind, but as long as you touch this bug, the whole code will have a chain reaction. In comparison, a little bug is nothing, it's not a big deal at all. Seeing Wayne thinking, Austin held the ancient silver coin and said, so I concluded that Frank would not lose, but would continue to sink and never recover its former glory. So you bugs all think so? Wayne shrugged and said, even so, I still believe in Prussia. Just because of those stereotypes. Their military uniforms are super handsome, okay. X2. Megan had no expression on her face. Austin rolled his eyes, and didn't understand what Wayne was talking about. Austin was speechless on the spot. As a senior spy trained by Windsor, you have a bit too much favor for Prussia. In the future, keep your mouth shut outside and don't make random comments. Especially at this stage, many people are watching me. The Tulip family. And the Queen. Austin sighed, I disappeared for too long, and I couldn't give a reasonable explanation. Being voted in at the August meeting was a warning from the Queen to me. At the same time, I have been secretly observed by some people recently, so I must keep a low profile. Wayne nodded and suggested rebelling and locking the Queen in the basement. Austin ignored him and asked Wayne to be more serious and continue to discuss the future family strategy. It's too troublesome. You are the Dark Knight, and I am many, many knights. Why should we use our brains to kill all the troublemakers? Wayne has his own opinion. His brain is very precious. He saves management time to make the wings happy and doesn't want to waste time on insects. Your idea is too arrogant. I am a golden wizard and a chosen knight. I have saved the world. What's wrong with being arrogant? There is no point in talking. Austin saw that there was no way to discuss, so he decided to formulate his own family strategy. Wayne said, the research has been completed, the secret base can be abandoned, and I don't need those forgotten people. Send them back to the lunatic asylum. Austin held the ancient silver coin. The princess has gone back. Your research is successful, right? As far as the current results are concerned, it has stabilized. Then when are you going to help Sci-fi break the dragon blood curse? Austin asked. Recently, Sci-fi has been in poor condition and began to question her own strength. She has the idea of attacking the legendary wizard to prevent the outbreak of the dragon blood curse. Austin wants Wayne to do it as soon as possible. You can do it now, but I personally suggest observing it for a while. I want to determine Juno's subsequent performance. Wayne glanced at Austin and said, Teacher, you should comfort her again. In the final analysis, it is your change that makes her feel uncomfortable psychologically. She is too strong and doesn't want to be protected by you. How long will it take? The first course of treatment will be set for 1 month. Wayne thought for a moment and continued, if you can't, just tell the truth. I got a way to control the dragon blood curse from Senna. It is still under study. The teacher cares about his family so much, he must be willing to wait for a while. The two discussed the specific details, and Austin turned the topic back to the Ministry of Magic. 3 deputy ministers, 1 died in the void, and 1 disappeared without a trace. The Ministry of Magic could not maintain normal order and is currently in the reorganization stage. Several legendary wizards are eager to serve as deputy ministers to better prevent the warehouse from catching fire. Wayne was not interested in these things and asked curiously, the coming of war means that the previous national policy was wrong. When will the Prime Minister step down? Soon. Austin secretly said it was a pity, and then said, in a recent meeting, 2 members of the Tulip family were tit for tat, both wanting to become the next Prime Minister. You have seen one of them. Rupert Wilson. The High Priest of the Moonlight Church was attacked, which made the Queen very passive. She ordered a thorough investigation. Austin became the leader of the investigation team and followed the clues all the way to find out the Wilson family. Although Wilson was later proved to be innocent and all the evidence was forged by the traitor Orb, Austin still found something and took the opportunity to blackmail the Wilson family. At the Tulip family meeting, Rupert retaliated on whether Wayne was qualified to be the heir of the Landau family and found evidence that Wayne was Frank's undercover. The feud between the Landau family and the Wilson family was formed. Whether it was performed for the Queen or not, Austin would never support Rupert to become the wartime Prime Minister. Choose one of the two, choose to cooperate with the other preferred person. Winston Chute. Also from the Tulip family, he also devoted himself to the military and political fields. He was a hardliner that the country needed during the war, just to distinguish the previous compromise policy. Wayne. This name sounds like he is a prime minister, and he is probably a warmonger. So, when will he take office? Not yet, he will be the Minister of the Navy soon. Let's see how he performs. If possible, when he finds the right cabinet members, the time will be right. After saying this, Austin warned, if I guess correctly, there will be many people looking for you recently. In addition to me 6, there will be some mysterious monitors around you. They come on behalf of the Queen, and they are all ordinary people. I hope you can restrain yourself and don't cause trouble for me. When he heard that it was an ordinary person, Wayne immediately said sourly, the Queen is so good to you. She knew that there was something wrong with you going out for a month, but she still chose to turn a blind eye. She has no choice. Among the 14 Tulip families, the loyalty of the Landau family ranks first, that's all Austin said lightly. It has nothing to do with feelings, but is closely related to the character he has created for many years. He hopes Wayne will do the same. No matter what he thinks in his heart, he must stick to his duty of loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism on the surface. By the way, how is your control of the power of the Dark Knight? Some progress. Austin's mouth curled slightly, and he asked tentatively, do you want to meet at the West District Cemetery tonight? No, I'm afraid I'm not your opponent now. I will definitely be kicked in the ass by you when we meet. What's wrong, talk. Then I won't go. Wayne thought it was a pity, he had acted too much, and he should have restrained himself just now. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 298. The Eldest Lady's Villa. Wayne saw 3 heads playing cards together, so he shamelessly inserted himself in, reshuffled the cards and started a new round of strip poker. No stripping, but there were stickers, and soon Willie's face could not be seen. Good vision does not mean good luck. Her luck is really average, and she can't even catch up with the hot Q. Hey, isn't this Brother Wayne? Long time no see. The last time I saw you. Veronica thought about it, and suddenly realized, I remember it, it was several years ago. If you don't go home, you won't be able to catch up with my wedding. Weird and sarcastic, obviously not Veronica's style. Wayne didn't think much, and knocked Willie on the top of his head with a knife. Dong. Ah. Willie covered her head, feeling very aggrieved. Veronica is talking. Willie didn't say anything. Why hit Willie? Willie is so pitiful. Veronica can't say such smart words. If you like to listen, say more. Willie shook her head and tilted her head to snicker. This caused Veronica's extreme dissatisfaction, and the unbreakable alliance of three people instantly cracked, and the little broken boat leaked on the spot. The reason why it didn't capsize was because Senna was too scary. Wayne glanced at Chris, who was smiling unchanged. I'm almost done with my work. I will be a little free in the next few days, but only in these few days. The Queen just made a national broadcast, and Windsor and Frank declared war on Prussia. Austin can't handle it alone. Strictly speaking, Wayne is not busy, and the work is done by his secretary Mona, but in order to manage time reasonably and efficiently, he must enrich himself. Only when he is enriched, the three magical girls can be enriched, otherwise they will gather in Landau Manor, and no one will care about them. The only beneficiary is Veronica. Willie's body trembled, and she stood beside her sisters and asked, "Where is Teacher Senna? Where has she gone? I haven't seen her for many days. She is the Oracle High Priest of the Church of Nature, busier than me. She will naturally return to the church headquarters after the mission is over." Wayne looked at the three people as a matter of course, otherwise, stay in London. Facts have proved that the best way to unite the internal forces is often strong external pressure. Now that the enemy has gone far away, internal contradictions begin to be exposed. Chris put down his cards. Veronica, I haven't been home for many days. There are many things waiting for me to deal with. I won't accompany you today, but I will definitely do it next time. Me too. My parents have been urging me to go back these days. Willie nodded with a serious face. Traitor. You two traitors. Veronica gritted her teeth secretly. What home, what parents? It's obvious that you want to sleep with her fiancé. The three of them stared at each other, and the card game ended unhappily. Veronica raised her hand and hugged Wayne's arm. It doesn't matter, Wayne will stay to play cards with me, you can all go home. Okay X2. As Veronica stared in amazement, the think tank and the general left at the same time, so fast that it seemed as if she had caught the wrong person. Veronica, you caught the wrong person, I am not the key issue, they are. Veronica didn't believe it, hugged the bastard's arm tightly, and took the opportunity to sniff him. What if this bastard was careless and left evidence? Don't be like this, Senna and I are innocent, and she has been gone for many days. Even if there is any smell, it has faded. Wayne exposed Veronica's little thoughts. She is so beautiful, and so shameless, you must have some thoughts about her. Veronica snorted coldly. No feelings, okay, I am not a casual person. What about the senior sister and Willie? Veronica asked in her heart, knowing the answer, but she didn't have the courage to ask it in person. That night, Wayne stayed at Landau Manor, returned to Wayne's house the next day, and was asked out by Willie to meet her parents on the third day. West District, restaurant. When the guests talked, they reduced love and gossip, and exchanged opinions fiercely on the current international situation. Finally, they reached a consensus and talked about Frank jokes. Frank jokes never go out of style. At any time and any place, when you feel that the Windsor people are sarcastic and difficult to get along with, then tell a few Frank jokes. Sitting by the window of the restaurant, the Watson family and Wayne. The composition of this family is very strange, and it only attracts the opposite sex. The bald father who is a fitness fanatic, the petite 26-year-old mother, the daughter who will be 21 next month, and the daughter's boyfriend, who is also 26 years old this year. Even more strange is that Wayne is the successor of the Sun Knight. Cushing and Carter are the Knight's squires, and Wayne has also transformed Cushing's mind and body, which is his belief. Although Wayne deleted this memory, Cushing didn't know the truth and was still a fanatic fan of the sun goddess who only lifted weights and wrestled every day, but he did have a strong liking for Wayne. Cushing knew that Wayne had another girlfriend, which any old father could not tolerate, especially a fitness fanatic like him with a hot temper. Knowing this, Cushing still had a strong liking for Wayne. He attributed the reason to Wayne's identity as the successor of the Knight. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He wanted to let Willie pack her bags and move to Wayne's house overnight. Cushing, I can't repay you for saving my life and the relationship between my subordinates. I'll entrust my daughter to you. Seeing that Cushing's eyes were not right, Wayne knew it was time to take action. If he didn't take action, it was hard to say what Cushing would become. It was not impossible to invite him to the gym to exercise his strong sphincter. Cushing, I met the Sun Knight Leo in the frozen continent. I have something to talk to you alone. Wayne made an invitation and made an appointment to talk with Cushing after dinner, and the latter nodded happily. Willie leaned on Wayne with a happy face, not considering the emotional dispute between Veronica and Chris at all. It didn't matter if she couldn't beat them. She still had a smart mind and could control the two idiots with a little trick. Sooner or later, she would have the final say in the future. After the meal, Cushing and Willie were very satisfied, and the only normal person, Carter, was worried. She watched Wayne and her husband walk into next door with their arms around each other, patted Willie gently, and whispered her worries. Carter felt that her daughter was too impulsive. Wayne might be an excellent successor to the God-chosen knight, but he was definitely not a qualified boyfriend, let alone talking about marriage. As a mother, Carter had been asleep for 15 years and had not accompanied her daughter to grow up. Her mental age had also stopped at 15 years ago. Feeling deeply guilty, these words were weak and powerless, fearing that a strong tone would cause her daughter to dislike. In contrast, Willie was much more mature. She put one hand on her waist and pointed out her rival, talking about the upcoming victory. In short, it is normal for her mother to be young and not understand love. She will understand it in a few years. Seeing that his daughter was determined to jump into the pit, Carter could only pray for her silently and said, "The Watson family has inherited the mission of the Knight's squire and has been serving Lord Leo. Logically, after the Knight handed over the inheritance, we can't continue to serve the next Knight. He has his own trusted squire, but now it seems." Carter talked about his helplessness. If Willie insisted on doing so, if she was wronged in the future, it would be difficult for her parents to support her. Willie listened with a sharp gaze. Yes, she still had the identity of a Knight's squire. It was reasonable for her to approach Wayne. Veronica couldn't find any fault with it. Why didn't I think of it before? Willie, are you listening? Mother, you think too much. He treats me very well and won't let me be wronged. Willie was sure and believed in her own vision. Except for not fighting, she had never made any mistakes in her relationship. Maybe. Carter raised her hand and looked at the gift Wayne gave her, 10 stockings exchange coupons, which could be used to get stockings for free at any large shopping mall in London. It is said that this thing has great room for appreciation and will become the most high-end luxury goods in the future. Carter didn't understand. Everyone loves beauty. She reluctantly thought that her daughter's boyfriend was thoughtful. She didn't know what effect she would have when she put it on, and whether her husband could let go of his good friend in his arms. Thinking of this, Wayne suddenly became normal. At least he was holding a girl. After a while, Wayne and Cushing walked out arm in arm. Cushing left with Carter on the pretext of having something to do, while Wayne continued to date Willie. The two walked hand in hand on the street. Willie lost the fragrance of a single dog and everything she saw was pink. A few hours later, seeing that it was getting dark, she stopped and rubbed her legs. Wayne, I'm tired. It's still a long way home. What should I do? There are taxis. Willie didn't say anything, but squinted at her boyfriend. She knew Wayne knew what she meant. Well, if you don't want to take a taxi, I'll carry you. Seeing Wayne squatting with his back to her, Willie was dissatisfied but still stuck to him. The two continued to walk home. Willie whispered, "Where's the candlelight dinner? You said you would prepare it?" "Rightward arrow. Look, he's in a hurry again." Wayne pondered for a moment and told his thoughts truthfully, "Candlelight dinner is always available, but don't you think we are too fast? Doing something just for the sake of doing something is not romantic. What's the use of romance? It doesn't quench your thirst. Stupid, you already have seniors and Veronica, how can there be romance?" Willie complained in a low voice. Whenever she talked about this topic, she couldn't help but want to shout that she came first. She leaned over to Wayne's ear and whispered, "After my father and mother came back, I moved out of the gym. You haven't even been to my house. They're all at home. Isn't that inappropriate? They've been dating too. They've been dating recently. They've been married for so many years. It's annoying." Listening to Willie's complaints, Wayne understood something. The progress bar had already been full. He was reluctant to move forward in the name of dating. It was a very selfish behavior. He ignored Willie and only cared about satisfying his own personality of respecting feelings. He's already a scumbag. How can there be any respect for feelings? If he really valued feelings, he wouldn't have planned to keep the water. I think Mona is the same. Wayne shook his head and only thought about Willie in front of him. "Let's go, candlelight dinner, the most high-end local French food, and then I'll take you home." "What's wrong?" "Yes, is it too fast?" Willie hesitated slightly, although she began to panic. "Haha, I have the final say today. The Cushings are very close to the gym, and rounding off, they are also very close to Wayne's house." Wayne jumped up on the spot. If the air quality was good, he could see Chris watering the flowers in the garden. In Willie's bedroom, Wayne stood by the window and asked after thinking for a moment, "Willie, you have done this to me, you must be responsible. Have you ever considered moving to my house?" The senior sister would be very sad, she regarded herself as the hostess. Willie wanted to move there and wished she could see Wayne every day. But then she thought about it and her mind became complicated. She struggled for a long time between the sister and the bastard, and finally nodded with gritted teeth. "Move." The one over there was not a sister, but her rival. There was no need to take care of her rival's emotions. The next day, Willie started the moving plan, packing her luggage little by little, moving only a few clothes each time. After 3 months, she calculated that all her belongings would be moved. She didn't care what her rival thought. She didn't care what her senior thought. Wayne must have his own way of coaxing girls. You can't let her worry about everything. She's not such a generous person. That night, the dining table at Wayne's house was unusually dull, and the loyal housekeeper didn't dare to show up at the table. Chris ate dinner expressionlessly, looking up at Willie from time to time. The latter touched her stomach with a happy face. If you didn't know, you would think she was full. What a bastard. X2. Commercial Street, Wayne Detective Agency. E=**. Wayne, are you listening to me? Ms. Sarah, the frank spy, looked at the absent-minded offline and frowned, saying, "Now is not the time to be emotional. The country needs you very much. I understand, but we have become allies and have a common enemy, Prussia. Why do you want me to continue to pass on the information of the Tulip family?" Wayne sighed. Recently, his family has not been peaceful, far from the internal circulation he imagined. Whether it is the gentle and kind Chris or the professional Free Willy, they both turned on the Cold War mode with him at the same time, looking at him coldly and not talking. But according to the information passed by FLA, whenever the master is not at home, the two ladies get along very well, and occasionally there will be a few sarcastic words. Wayne has never seen such a scene and does not understand it. Under FLA's advice, he has been very busy at work in the past 2 days. Wayne, the capital of Bologna has fallen. According to reliable information, the Ross Federation has gathered heavy troops on the border of Bologna. They will not save Bologna. They are ready to divide Bologna with Prussia, Sara said. I understand, non-aggression, no waves. You may not believe it, but when I looked at the map last year, I did not find Bologna on the map. Wayne complained in his heart, and then said, it is precisely because of this that Prussia is coming with great momentum. We Windsor, we Franks should cooperate with Windsor in good faith and join hands to fight against the shameless sneak attack that Prussia is about to launch. No, in terms of geographical location, Franks have no advantage. Windsor just wants us to die. Sara glanced at Wayne and added, make money by the way. As she said, she took out a document, hoping that Wayne would find out the strategic materials stored by Windsor as soon as possible, as well as the transaction share and quotation expectations for foreign exports, which is very important to Franks. Sister, you should guard that line of defense first. Wayne took the document, glanced through it, and then made a promise to Sara, I understand. I am a soldier trained by the country anyway. I will complete the mission as soon as possible, reduce the losses suffered by our country in the war, and never let Windsor make any more money. It's great that you think so. Sara breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Wayne would quit. As far as the current situation is concerned, the Frank intelligence agency dare not fight to the death, especially for a big fish like Wayne. Thinking of this, Sara tried to ask, when will you get engaged to Austin's daughter, and when will you officially become the helmsman of the Landau family? After that line of defense was breached. Wayne gave the correct answer in his heart and frowned, saying, I'm already operating it. Austin likes me very much, but you know, he is a smart man with a very high IQ. I can't show it too much, otherwise he will definitely notice something. Work hard and make Austin's daughter pregnant as soon as possible. This is very important. Well, I'll do my best. After sending Sara away, Wayne threw the file aside and asked Mona to contact Little Mustache to deal with the file as soon as possible. After it was done, the wrong information was sent to the mailbox designated by Sara. Windsor's MI6 and Frank's intelligence agency directly connected, eliminating him as a middleman to make a profit, and not spending money in vain. Everyone has a bright future. Boss, there's a call for you. It's Knight Juno. Mona picked up the file and said, you were negotiating international trade with MS Sara at the time. I didn't interrupt you. From what Knight Juno said, she was in a lot of trouble and hopes to see you tonight. Location: the Princess's Manor. Wayne was stunned when he heard this. What he was worried about still happened. The operation was successful but not completely successful. Juno still couldn't help wanting to get close to him. Look, they made an appointment to meet in the evening, or at his own home. Boss, do you want to refuse her? No, I have to check her and collect experimental data to see what went wrong. Wayne patted his butt and stood up, saying casually, you go with me tonight. After the examination is over, I will invite you to a candlelight dinner. Mona nodded. Just like on the map, there was no ripple in her heart. This is what happens when you eat too much cake. Every time they say the wolf is coming, the wolf never comes. Not to mention the villagers, the sheep are starting to rot. That evening, the black car drove towards the Princess Manor in the West District. When it approached, Mona turned the steering wheel and continued to drive forward. Boss, there are a lot of spies around. The princess seems to be under surveillance. Mona frowned and said displeasedly, she didn't say that on the phone, she deliberately led you here, I'm afraid she has no good intentions. Wayne was overjoyed when he heard this. Great, this is a good thing. According to Austen's previous statement, Princess Elizabeth had been missing for too long and was involved in the disappearance of Deputy Minister Allen, so she could not explain to the Queen, and her chances of appearing in public were reduced. Instead, Prince Edward was in high spirits and attended various social occasions with the Queen. It seems that the surveillance around the manor was the Queen's handiwork. This is no longer a warning, but a naked warning. It stands to reason that the family will not cause trouble for the faith. Since Juno wants to plot and drag him down, it shows that the appointment tonight is not a sacrifice. The operation was successful, and Healy and Veronica's illnesses are cured. Boss, are you going to see her tonight? Yes, why not? Wayne closed his eyes and leaned against the chair. Go down the sewer, I want to confirm her situation in person and teach her a lesson. I have said that the Landau family is loyal to the Queen and will not participate in the royal disputes. She actually dared to plot against me. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Austen has his own persistence and does not want to use his own power to interfere with the royal inheritance. He is different. He really hopes that Juno will become the next king. If necessary, he doesn't mind giving Juno a push. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 299. Night, cold fog. Two figures entered the manor courtyard. As we all know, all the land in Windsor belongs to the royal family in name. With such a large piece of land, you can imagine how many properties they have. Therefore, the princess, prince and other royal family members nominally live with the Queen, but in fact, the family rarely gets together. The princess and the prince have their own private properties, and the Queen has countless properties under her name. She lives in them 365 days a year, and she is arrogant. Not paying taxes is like this. Not only do you have many properties, but you also have private territory. It has been constitutionalized, but it has not been registered, let alone offline. The princess's manor is built in the same style as most hotels nowadays. The periphery is a dense forest, and the lawn is dotted with various sculptures and fountains. The main building of the manor combines classical and modern styles. It has both classical magnificence and modern sophistication. It is romantic and luxurious and full of money. Ahem, it is full of artistic atmosphere. In Wayne's words, it has neither classical magnificence nor modern sophistication, and the design is a complete failure. There are a lot of spies hidden around the manor, most of them are well-trained intelligence personnel, and some magicians from the Ministry of Magic. With their professional qualities and personal abilities, Wayne and Mona don't want to be discovered, and they can't see them standing in front of them. The two climbed into the house through the window. The spacious and bright hall was luxuriously decorated, with crystal chandeliers hanging on the roof, famous and expensive oil paintings on the walls, and carpets of high-quality materials on the floor. Every corner was carefully decorated, and a glance would not give you a break. Wayne didn't like this decoration style very much. There were no green leaves, but only flowers, which could easily cause visual fatigue. The princess's manor was equipped with magical defenses. When Wayne and Mona entered, Juno sensed their arrival and hurriedly brought her fiancé and puppet body to the hall. After the agreed time, she thought Wayne would not come, so she spent time with her fiancé and puppet. In a hurry, her clothes were a little messy. According to Mona's investigation, the princess's fiancé was named Elisa, and her hidden surname was Romanoff, a surname that should have been a family revolution. It is impossible to verify whether Elisa's bloodline is pure, but his surname cannot be false. If the world changes in the future, he is indeed qualified to ascend the throne of the royal family again. This is a young man with elegant appearance, short hair like Juno, fair skin, bright eyes, wearing a well-tailored men's shirt, upright and soft. Yes, it is soft. Wayne's eyes are sharp. In the gap on the chest of Elisa's shirt, he saw the white chest wrap, which was slightly hastily gathered, but not completely covered. So, the princess's fiancée should be called Elisa. As expected of the royal family, they are really playful. So the princess's lesbian attribute is caused by not having childhood sweethearts with her fiancé. The queen knew Elisa's gender and arranged a marriage for the two. Didn't she consider the issue of children? According to the common routine, when the princess borrows sperm in the future, the prince consort will also be pregnant. Good guy, these are twins. Wayne complained in his heart and turned to look at the Princess Elizabeth. She had long golden hair, youthful beauty, and a look somewhat similar to Queen Sophia. She was wearing a white nightgown, and her big, twinkling eyes were really eye-catching. Strictly speaking, Princess Elizabeth was curvy and had a standard royal figure, but her temperament was too cute and childish, making it difficult for people to associate her with sexiness. Even if I knew she was a puppet, I would find it hard to believe. Wayne walked forward curiously, rubbing his hands, and said to Juno, "Your puppet is great. I want to study it and see how realistic she is." As he raised his hand, he found that Elizabeth was looking at him timidly, and Wayne was a little hesitant to start. With a heartbeat, body odor, and a changeable expression, is she really just a puppet? Wayne hesitated. You can't check halfway and suddenly the fake becomes real. Juno smiled slightly, closed his eyes and dispersed his control. In an instant, Elizabeth's expression was stiff. Like a puppet, she could only execute some basic program settings. The dialogue was limited to simple daily communication. The logic was limited, and her temperament instantly fell from immature to mentally retarded. Clear eyes will not lie, it is indeed a magic puppet. No wonder Juno was in a hurry to return to the puppet. Without her control, Princess Elizabeth of Windsor would be a fool. The facts were in front of him, and Wayne became more interested. He thought of Anastasia, the saint of the dark church in the sealed land. They were also magic puppets, but the princess's puppet was more anthropomorphic and realistic. It was so real that it seemed to be ready to use. Juno, I'll study it, is it okay? Wayne was eager to try. Where is the coach? He wanted to learn this. Whether he can rub his wife by hand is not the point. He likes to learn, and he likes magic more. Learning magic makes him happy. Brother Wayne, this magic puppet is very pure. I suggest you don't mess around, Juno reminded with a stern face. The princess's image to the outside world has always been pure, but it's hard to say after Wayne's research. Putting aside her political image, the doll is one of her girlfriends, so how can she let a pervert check it casually? Now that you say that, I want to mess around even more. Wayne pinched Elizabeth's face, her skin was delicate and felt great, and then raised his hand to light a beam of light, shining it into Elizabeth's eyes. It can be clearly seen that the pupils suddenly shrank to adapt to the light. It's too delicate, it doesn't look like a puppet at all, at least not the same style as Anastasia's. Seeing that Wayne has already got started, Juno interrupted hurriedly, Brother Wayne, I asked you to come here for. Night Juno, I'll chat with the princess for a while, and we'll talk about business later. Wayne grabbed Elizabeth's hand, and his mind entered it, sensing a living body, skin, blood vessels, muscles, and bones, a strong heartbeat, and a strong heartbeat. A faint trace of white flesh and blood, extremely active, reminded him of the forgotten who fell into madness because of knowledge. No, it's a further wanderer. Forget the chaotic knowledge of the void, no mind, only an empty shell of the wanderer. Judging from the activity of the body, it is undoubtedly so, but this body has no external pollution, which does not meet the characteristics of the void life. What is she? The research result of the Ministry of Magic. Wayne was very curious, and he wanted to order Juno with his mind to let him tell the whole truth. Unfortunately, he didn't live. Juno is a very precious experimental subject who can provide Wayne with a large number of parameters. Wayne hopes to use her to cure the dragon blood curse of Sci-fi and Veronica, and dare not tamper with their thoughts at will. Part of it is that her situation is more complicated. Juno didn't want to tell the truth, but facing Wayne, there is always an indescribable trust. After a moment of silence, based on the principle of sharing secret intelligence between allies, she told the truth. "Brother Wayne, do you know the Philosopher's Stone?" "I've heard of it. My puppet was transformed from a failed Philosopher's Stone. It was a legendary wizard who fell into the void. When he was discovered, he was completely crazy." Juno told the cause and effect. The former member of the Ministry of Magic was refined into a Philosopher's Stone by the royal family based on the principle of waste utilization. Because the raw material was not a demigod, the refining failed and became a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone. Semi-finished products have semi-finished uses. This Philosopher's Stone was obtained by Juno, and then it was reprocessed by the Heavenly Father Church and became the current Princess Elizabeth. So, what is her power? Controllable void life. As the master, I can enter it with my mind and enter the door of truth through this body. Juno did not hide anything. Princess Elizabeth has many uses. In addition to cultivation and avoiding pollution, her own combat power is also considerable. She can be worn by Juno to strengthen her own strength. She can switch between cold and hot weapons at will, which makes Wayne greedy. "I want it. Juno, to be honest with you, my ancestor once lost a Philosopher's Stone, no, a legendary wizard. I have been looking for it for many years and I feel I have found it today," Wayne said seriously. As soon as the voice fell, a chuckle came from his ear. The princess's fiancé, Alyssa, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Seeing Wayne looking at her with a dark face, she lowered her head and took 2 steps back. The atmosphere was interrupted. It was somewhat inappropriate for Wayne to emphasize that the legendary wizard of his ancestors was lost, but he was thick-skinned and repeated it with a smug face. "Brother Wayne, our fathers are both Austin. The legendary wizard of your ancestors is the legendary wizard of my ancestors. You have been looking for her for a long time with a sad heart, and so have I." Juno sighed, as if it were real. The title of brother originated from Wayne's request. Juno knew that he and Austin had no blood relationship, and Wayne also knew that this title was purely for Austin. In public, Juno used normal titles to address Wayne. In private, especially when members of the Landau family were present, such as Healy, Veronica, and Megan, Juno had to call Wayne brother. As I said, Austin cannot be innocent. Only when he is full of bad debts can Wayne follow suit and lose control of his buttocks. Rightward arrow. This is called inheritance, it is the inheritance of family style. Juno, you also said that we are all family, and I also have a share of this Philosopher's Stone. Wayne held Elizabeth's shoulders and prepared to take her away tonight. He has been addicted to research recently. By exploring the true meaning of life, he has also evolved. Research is equal to cultivation. The more precious research materials, the better. Elizabeth's situation is absolutely unique and of great research value. After a long argument, Juno is worthy of being the heir to the royal family praised by Austin. She is not inferior in eloquence and does not give Wayne a free chance at all. Not free means you can pay more. Wayne raised his eyebrows, thinking of Juno inviting him to come to the door, and then looking at the lifelike Elizabeth and Alyssa, whose clothes were not buttoned, he secretly said coldly. The woman is not old, but her heart is really cruel. She can trade anything to achieve her goal. What about the future royal bloodline and inheritance rights? Should they also raise the price when inoculating? Wayne returned to the main line and slowly sat on the sofa. Behind him stood his secretary Mona, and he was only one ancient silver coin away from Austin. He did have two, but they were both shady. 5 minutes later, Elizabeth brought tea and handed it to Wayne and Juno respectively. The princess and her fiancé came behind the Princess Knight, escorting them like bodyguards on both sides. Wayne was amazed. Outsiders only thought that the princess was smart and capable, and was a very good heir. Little did they know that the princess was on the second floor and had played the role of Princess Knight since she was a child, and had never shown her true face to others. Juno held the tea in her hand, knowing that Wayne would not speak up, so she simply said, "I have been missing for too long, and my brother framed me. I have many unexplainable secrets. My mother has put me under house arrest and formed an investigation team." Juno was in trouble, and she was not afraid of house arrest, but she was afraid of the investigation team. You can't investigate everything. What if you find something? Tell the truth, tell it all, don't hide it. Wayne put down the tea in his hand. "You may not believe it, I know very little about the royal family, and I don't want to participate in the royal family struggle. If you don't say anything, I can hardly imagine your current situation." Under Alyssa's surprised gaze, Juno thought for a moment and told everything, showing great trust in Wayne. The Father Church once unified the chosen continent, and the Pope was above the king and emperor. Later, the Father Church declined, and the royal power gradually belonged to the royal families of various countries. The Father Church's secular power is still strong, and various countries are still humble on the surface. Even the Windsors, who have the toughest attitude, find it difficult to separate the political power from God. When it comes to my generation and Edward's, I chose the Father Church, and Edward chose the Life Alliance. We each represent the future political inclinations of the royal family. The reason why I have always been excellent is that I am really better than Edward. The main reason is that my mother wants to show goodwill to the Heavenly Father Church. The Heavenly Father Church also gave me a lot of support. Celeste is one of them. He did not practice holy light magic alone. He devoted himself to the camp of the church after the promise of the papal state. From the perspective of the royal family, I am afraid of the influence of the church as much as my mother. From my own perspective, I do not reject the faith of the church and the Heavenly Father. This is where my contradiction lies. Faith is faith, politics is politics. Juno's faith is by no means pure. She is only loyal to herself and is a standard-free magician. She plans to evolve through reincarnation angels, so as to gain greater power and voice, so as to walk between the church and the royal power, which not only ensures her close relationship with the church and obtains more support, but also ensures that the church will not make a big move in Windsor. Juno, give me face, we are my own people, and I have angels above me. But from the perspective of the Queen, the situation is different. The princess is too close to the Heavenly Father Church. Once the country is handed over to the princess, there will inevitably be an extra pope on the head of the future queen. Balance is the way to go. Juno's performance disappointed the queen, and she turned to Edward to tilt political resources. "According to you, who is the next king has been determined?" Wayne asked. "It's not clear yet. I think I concealed it well. My mother should not know that I have evolved. I can only say that I am at a disadvantage now. If I want to explain, it will only cause more misunderstandings." Juno sighed and complained to Wayne. 2 months is too long. Even if the daughter of an ordinary family is missing for 2 months, the mother will be suspicious, let alone the royal family of a country. I don't care about these. Just tell me directly, what do you want to talk to me about? My mother has been investigating a lot of things recently. Some of my secrets related to the Holy See will be exposed. Celeste received a task from the Ministry of Magic and is not in London now. She was sent to the Republic of Ireland. Juno explained the current bad situation. The royal family is walking on thin ice. Her mistakes have caused suspicion. The teacher on the surface is actually the deputy arranged by the Holy See for her. The legendary wizard Celeste was thrown to the Republic of Ireland. The Republic of Ella belongs to Windsor in name, but it is actually controlled by the power of the Heavenly Father Church. Celeste will most likely not receive an order to return to report on her duties. Originally, it was nothing, just a warning, but now it happens that there is a war, and Queen Sophia has to think carefully about every step she takes to eliminate all potential hidden dangers and risks. Juno and Celeste are missing, and there is no news about Alan, the deputy minister who is in charge of the mist. From the perspective of the Queen, the Heavenly Father Church has extended its hand to the entire London. The mist is the pulse of the royal family and cannot be lost. The Heavenly Father Church is the mastermind and Juno is the accomplice. There is a traitor in the royal family, and the princess has completely turned to the Heavenly Father Church. It sounds dangerous, but if you think about it carefully, it seems nothing. The Heavenly Father Church is so powerful that it is very likely to reorganize the faith of the God-chosen continent in the future. The Queen has only temporarily imposed a house arrest order on you, and will not really do anything to you. Maybe one day the Heavenly Father Church will be unstoppable and the Queen will have no choice. You can become the new Queen by lying down, Wayne said with reason. Who is the successor of the country? In addition to the domestic affairs of the country, the international situation is also very critical, involving left and right choices. Even if the Queen doesn't want to, she has to consider various possibilities. She will not easily determine the successor until the last step. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. There is a person named Judy in the history books. She drove her nephew away because of a disagreement and became the emperor herself. There are many successful cases. You don't have to worry. Judy. Who is this emperor? Why don't I know? Juno thought for a moment and confirmed that there was no such person. She suspected that Wayne was talking nonsense, and turned to say, having said that, I am still at a disadvantage now. I hope you can help me and deal with the tales I left behind, so that the investigation team will not find clear evidence. Ding. You have received a new task, Royal Infighting. Please choose your hero, Queen Sophia, Prince Edward, Princess Juno. Is there any need to choose? It must be Juno. This is one of us. Wayne didn't think about it. Juno's belief was the pale nest. If he didn't choose Juno, would he choose Queen Sophia? Laughing to death, that was Austen's old lover, representing the loyalty of the Landau family of the previous generation. In his generation, he should prepare for future loyalty. Edward, so, you don't even look at me? I can help you, that's easy to say, who let us have the same father, the brother and sister have a deep affection. If I don't help you, who will help you? But again. Juno was numb. Every time she heard the Landau father and son say but, nothing good happened. But sister, you know me, I won't do anything that has no benefits. The Landau family has clearly supported the Queen, and I will not disobey the order of the head of the family. At this point, Wayne looked at Elizabeth behind Juno. Your Highness, my family is quite big. Let me remind you first that the princess must remain pure, at least before marriage. This is the face of the royal family. You can't mess around, Juno said in a heavy tone. The princess of the previous generation, the current Queen Sophia, no matter how far she and Austen had gone, she had guaranteed her purity before marriage. Juno hoped that Wayne would learn from his father and maintain the most basic respect for the princesses of this generation. Wayne. 1 or 2, they are always on guard against gentlemen, and they lecture him when they catch women, as if his weakness is really lust. It is a good thing that the character setting has been recognized by the public, and it is not in vain to play so many dramas. Wayne nodded. Don't worry, I want her just for research, and she won't do anything strange. I promise that she will be as good as new when I return her to you. What do you mean by as good as new? Juno was not satisfied with this answer, and continued, Brother Wayne, you represent the Holy See in the world, and it is in your own interest to help me. I beg you, don't mess around. In addition, the princess has been under house arrest recently and is not allowed to go out. She can't leave with you tonight. She can only leave after the house arrest is lifted. Is that so? Wayne was slightly disappointed, and turned to look at Alyssa, indicating that Juno should make some compensation. X3. Just kidding, I hate the poor and love the rich, I don't like this type. Wayne restrained himself. Give me the information, I will help you erase the stain. After the matter is done, Princess Elizabeth will accompany me for a month, is that okay? Deal. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 300. After getting the information, Wayne glanced at it briefly and was surprised by the princess's family fortune that she had worked hard for over the years. No wonder it has to be dealt with cleanly and shown to the queen. The princess is not as simple as being grounded. Tisk tisk, the princess is so ambitious. Those who didn't know would have thought that the queen was about to die. There is no such thing as saying that I can do these things because of my mother's delegation and permission. Juno didn't blush. Since the princess trusts me so much, I will definitely not let you down. Please also remember that the Landau family is loyal to the queen now and will be loyal to the queen in the future. Wayne patted his butt and motioned to his secretary to pack the documents. It's already late at night. Don't disturb the rest of the three of you. Give me a few days and I will get rid of these stains as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your help. After Wayne left, Alyssa sat next to Juno, took the black tea from Elizabeth, and asked doubtfully, how long have you known Sir Wayne? Do you really trust him so much? Alyssa was very puzzled. The environment in which Juno grew up made her cautious in everything she did. She never trusted anyone, but Wayne was an exception. As for those documents just now, if Wayne had any idea and handed them over to the Queen directly, Juno would be in danger. Unless the Holy See of Heavenly Father takes over the God's chosen continent again, it will never be able to turn over. He is a reincarnated angel, representing the faith of Heavenly Father and the Holy See. I don't believe who else he can trust. Besides, I also have the secrets of the Landau family, so I am not afraid of him messing around. Juno lifted Alyssa's chin, bit her red lips and lingered for a moment. After her breathing became rapid, she teased, "What's wrong, my fiancé, you have a big opinion against Wayne. Say, are you jealous?" Alyssa did mean what she meant and said bluntly, "Your trust in him is too sudden and a bit inexplicable, just like love." "Little fool, I only like you. What about the future inheritance? If you become the king, I won't be able to help you pass on the family line." "Have you found a suitable candidate?" Alyssa asked. "Not yet. You know, I am a very superficial person and only like beautiful women." Juno frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "If you haven't found a suitable candidate by then, Wayne is good. His identity, status, and powerful power are all very good choices." "Look, you clearly have feelings for him," Alyssa said dissatisfied. Juno laughed dumbly, "Even if I have feelings for him, it's because of his beautiful lovers and has nothing to do with him. You'd better pay attention. As far as the current relationship is concerned, you have no advantage over him. It's him who is taking advantage of you." "I understand, but not anymore." Juno looked at his palm, "You and I both have divine blood. London's fog can stimulate our potential. I will only be stronger than him in the future." On the streets of the West District, a black car drove slowly. Wayne was sitting in the passenger seat, looking through the information in the file box. The more he looked at it, the more he read, it would be a pity to get rid of these resources. I might as well move them home for my own use. When Juno asked, he said there was a fire in the warehouse. "Boss, do I have to work overtime tonight?" Mona asked proactively. "Well, you do have to work overtime tonight. Wayne closed the file box and threw it into his personal space. Turn right ahead. I know a clothing store. They design beautiful evening gowns. As he spoke, he counted on his fingers, Veronica, Chris, Willie, Philomena, and the teacher, Willie's mother, Ms. Carter, all have to choose one as a gift for them. Mona didn't say anything, knowing that Wayne was the best at carrying water and would never treat anyone badly. Even Ziffy and Carter had gifts, so she would definitely not miss out. He deliberately left her out just to wait for her to get sulky and then take the opportunity to tease her. Don't be angry. 2 hours later, a private room in a high-end restaurant. Mona wore a red evening gown, her long wavy hair was tied up, and she wore a string of expensive gemstone pendants on her chest. With no gifts from anyone else, Wayne made a special trip to buy her a bunch of stuff. On this occasion, in this atmosphere, if nothing happens, it will be a waste of romantic flowers and candlelight. Mona's little heart raced unexpectedly, and she was curious as to why Wayne suddenly took the initiative today. Even though he had said before that the relationship was not in place, he still wanted to continue to cultivate it, and he couldn't bear to bully her into obeying his words. Mona, why are you looking so red? Wayne picked up the red wine and clinked glasses with her. It must be said that Fula's training skills are quite excellent. Under his unremitting training, Wayne's appearance, temperament, and even words and deeds are extremely elegant when pretending to be a gentleman, and he can easily capture the hearts of ladies. Mona took a look, and her eyes gradually became blurred, either because she was drunk or for some other reason. Realizing that she had lost her temper, she took a sip from the wine glass to hide her embarrassment, and swallowed the saliva she had secreted from lusting after Wayne's body. Wayne took the red wine and came behind Mona, looked down at the abyss, and commented, compared to gems, the cross pendant is more suitable for you. Change it now. No, let's drink first. This is Frank's imported red wine. Wayne took a sip, lifted Mona's chin and handed it over. He practiced skills outside, and with the loving help of his fiancée, sweetheart, girlfriend, and lover, he summed up a candlelight dinner method. Outstanding effect. The silky little combos knocked Mona out of her mind. Now if I asked her what the name of St. Paul's Cathedral was, she would definitely not be able to answer. After the kiss ended, Mona was so drunk that she bit her lower lip and looked at Wayne, her soft eyes full of moisture. It's night, Mona's villa bedroom. There is a faint flash of holy light and the sound of flapping wings. It was dawn the next day. Mona opened her eyes dizzily, recalling the experience last night, which was still a bit unbelievable. At this time, the door opened, and Wayne walked in with a dinner plate, feeding intimately and providing meticulous service. It's still a technique practiced outside. Boss, does this offend you too much? Do you like it? Like. If you like it, keep taking offense, because I like Mona too. Wayne lowered his head for a deep kiss and whispered, some time ago, a teacher reminded me that I was too selfish. I ignored your feelings and only considered myself. I apologize and will definitely correct myself in the future. Mona's eyes filled with tears and she hugged Wayne tightly. My master, I am your servant in this world. You have given me so much. I only ask you not to forget me when you return to heaven. Impossible, even for you, I will not return to heaven. Wayne grabbed Mona's hand, intertwined his fingers, and the golden words of the golden rule inspired the golden stigmata, this is my promise to you. I will keep my word. If I break my promise, let me go to hell. This time I didn't practice my skills outside, I only told Mona. Mona was so moved that she held the cross pendant on her chest. Master, there is something wrong with the Pope's gift. It amplifies my desire for you and makes me long to retain your bloodline. No wonder you were so positive last night. Mona's face turned red. From the perspective of a pure nun, she was not pure at all, she was guilty. I like Jiao Wang's gifts very much. I am very satisfied. If I have the chance, I will ask him for a few more. As for your desire. Wayne hugged Mona. Yes, no matter what you want, I will give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wayne's eyes were spinning, and his eyes were filled with holy light and wings. It's a high-speed train that goes straight to heaven. At noon, conductor Mona stopped the train, put on Wayne's favorite stockings and glasses to resume secretary mode. Boss, where is the princess's file box? It's time for me to work. No, your mission is to accompany me. I will leave these matters to Regina and the others. Regina in the library is a standard workaholic, self-disciplined, rigorous, and loves what she does, which fits Wayne's stereotype of the Prussians. Mona frowned slightly. She didn't like Odelia and Regina very much. In addition to her dislike of the hell succubus, these two people claimed to be secretaries and took away her few exclusive titles. She pushed up her glasses and said, "Boss, they are new here after all. There are many things they can't handle well, so leave them to me. They have more advantages in operating at night." Wayne wanted to say something, but seeing Mona insisting on working overtime, he shrugged and said, "Okay, you go and lead them to complete the task, but in this case, boss, I won't have anyone to accompany me at night. Can you really bear it?" Mona tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and was ready to take action. After hearing what Wayne said, she was really reluctant to give up. From the perspective of a nun, this is called degradation, but from the perspective of faith, this is called service, and the Pope has agreed to it even when he comes. Mona had no shame. The nun could have any bad intentions. She was just completing the tasks assigned by the Pope. She leaned over and whispered in Wayne's ear, and the latter suddenly realized, it makes sense. Going to the library tonight will not affect your completion of the task, nor will it affect your company with me. Early in the morning and late at night. Wayne was bored and sitting in the library office playing cards. He had promised to be a secretary when he had something to do, but when he had nothing to do, the secretary had to work, leaving him with nothing to do but play cards in the office and the pale lair. It's boring for the two of them to play cards, but as long as the black-skinned elf is still there, they can play a game of landlord. Speaking of the black-skinned elf, Wayne hasn't contacted the other party's mind for a long time, and he doesn't know what Anastasia's situation is now. Unlike Senna, Anastasia's evolution only exists in the physical body, and her mind is still clean for the time being. She can remain independent for a long time. Unless you can't help it. Wayne struggled with whether to contact the other party. He mastered a method to let his family members remain themselves, which could effectively delay the family members' desire for faith and prevent Anastasia from degenerating from a pure dark elf into a complete dark elf. If you can contact her, if you cause trouble to Anastasia, it will increase the speed of the other party's degradation and damage your own reputation. Wait another 2 days. If there is no news from her, ask her to come to London to find me. With the form of the Pale Knight and the thought amplifier Pale Lair, Wayne can contact Anastasia at any time even if she is far away in the frozen continent. Boss, there's a little situation here. You'd better take a look. Mona's voice came through his mind. Wayne positioned himself accurately, climbed through the window and landed on the ground. His body merged into the darkness, and he accelerated forward just like the Dark Knight himself, blending into the darkness and teleporting. South District Wharf Warehouse. Several vague shadows gathered and separated in the thick fog. With the help of the undead dogs, the entire warehouse was heavily guarded by fog and ghosts. Wayne himself has reached the realm of the Golden Mage, and the strength of the vengeful spirits has taken a big step forward. Coupled with the continuous magic power provided by Wayne, their actual combat output is very terrifying. Gold is like this, wouldn't it mean that the legendary realm is going to heaven? With such a huge family business, it would be a pity not to rebel. Inside the warehouse, 4 figures are exchanging opinions. Mona, the organizer and leader of this action, Odelia and Regina, who are responsible for the execution and leading the team, and Flora, the lifelike former saint of the Church of Nature. The body is Flora's body, and inside is a spirit of revenge. Today it is her turn to have a body. On the ground in front of the four people, a group of black-robed people are lying in a mess. In the center, the candle has been extinguished, and the red inverted pentagram is particularly conspicuous. The inverted pentagram symbolizes uncleanness and is the basic magic circle of hell. With different devil beliefs, it can be associated with any devil in hell, including the 7 devil kings. It's the inverted pentagram magic circle of the Lord of Greed. These people. Mona was halfway through her words when she noticed Wayne's arrival. She stepped back and stood behind him, starting from the beginning. Boss, these people are members of the Queen's investigation team. In addition to investigating the princess, they have another mission. They are going to attack St. Paul's Cathedral, said the spirit of vengeance who was holding Flora's body. While speaking, she also moved closer to Wayne, smiling, wasting Flora's elegant saintly temperament and royal sister face. Sister, just talk, why are you getting so close? Wayne rolled his eyes. He remembered that the spirit of vengeance was called Lisbeth. She was cheerful and lively. She was always there when the girls quarreled in the dormitory. She was a bad role model in the eyes of her colleagues and a little thorn in the eyes of her leaders. Lisbeth glanced at Odelia and deliberately stuck to Wayne's arm. Master, according to the investigation, the Queen assigned these people to use the magic materials stored by the princess to summon the power of the devil of hell, and the target is St. Paul's Cathedral. The Queen used the princess's resources to attack the power of the Holy See in London, and put the blame on the princess. It sounds wrong, but it seems that there is nothing wrong when you think about it carefully. Wayne secretly had a headache and patted Flora on the shoulder. To be honest, when using this body, it's best to keep a certain distance from me. I don't like this face very much. Ah! Lisbeth was stunned when she heard it, and she took 2 steps back in frustration. On the side, Odelia, who turned into a succubus, was speechless in all aspects. The younger sister under her knew that she and Wayne were in love, and she spread gossip and rumors all day long, and she couldn't stop it. Like Lisbeth, she didn't really want to stick with Wayne, but deliberately stimulated her to have fun. It's also called assists, using pressure to drive motivation. It's exciting, but what's the point of using Flora's body? Don't you know that this person was her teacher when she was alive? How can it be so exciting? Is it to stimulate her or Wayne? After listening to the report, Wayne leaned over to check the black-robed magicians. They were all magicians who believed in hell and were trained by the royal family. Because the royal family's politics required believing in hell, it was difficult to evaluate whether they represented evil. The internal struggle of the royal family is too troublesome. If I had known this, I would not have participated. Wayne secretly had a headache. He just wanted to help Juno settle his worries. He never expected that the spirit of revenge would find something while checking. The things found were related to the Queen. Say the Queen is evil, she did this to consolidate her regime. Say her purpose is pure, but she is linked to the devil of hell. Can the devil's stuff be good? The senior officials of the Natural Church headquarters came and they can all point fingers from the moral high ground. Boss, the Queen wants the princess to draw a line between herself and the Heavenly Father Church, at least to make a rift in the cooperation between the two sides. Mona said slowly. Wayne thought so too. From this point of view, the Queen showed mercy to the princess. In addition to warning, she also wanted to win back the princess. As a mother, she is undoubtedly qualified, which made Wayne not know how to operate. If he left it alone, the unlucky one would be St. Paul's Cathedral. Gunther and Atli were decent people and should not suffer such a disaster. If he helped St. Paul's Cathedral to overcome the difficulties, the unlucky one would be the princess, and it would also deepen the Queen's fear of the Heavenly Father Church, and the next operation would only be tougher. Kidnap the person and send a letter to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic. Wayne thought carefully, and it would definitely not work to watch him die. Mona, you go tell Gunther and explain the reason. He will understand what happened. As for whether Gunther would contact the Papal States, Wayne had no control over it. It is conceivable that after this operation, the Queen will definitely think that the sender is from the hidden power of the Heavenly Father Church in London. Under fear, she will only be more afraid of the Heavenly Father Church. The conflict escalated and there was no solution. Wayne knew that there was no good way to deal with this, so he decided to go to Austen tomorrow and persuade him to take down the Queen completely. As long as Austen sacrificed his own self for the greater self, he would definitely be able to sleep with the Queen, and London would be much more relaxed in the future. At least there would be no tragedy that the princess summoned the devil beyond her ability, the devil attacked the cathedral at night, and the archbishop died in battle. Mona nodded. She was not satisfied with Wayne's compromise method. She favored the royal family and let her people suffer. According to her idea, since the royal family was entangled with the devil, they should change a king who could represent justice and light. It was a coincidence that she just knew such a person, and it would be a waste of talent if she didn't become a king. But since Wayne arranged it this way, Mona would only obey the order unconditionally. On the other side, on the outskirts of London, in the royal private territory, far away from the mist, is the royal holiday estate. Queen Sophia was wearing a white nightgown, with her long and elegant hair falling down her shoulders. She stood in front of the window and looked at the bright moon. At this time, a figure walked in from outside, strode behind the Queen, and boldly embraced her in his arms. The man had black hair and black eyes, was about 30 years old, and had handsome features. He was very handsome. When he raised his hands and feet, he was full of the noble and elegant temperament of the Union Jack of London. Sophia shook her head slightly. Baron Chemo, it's a bit presumptuous to do this with your identity. What about Douglas' identity? Chemo asked with a smile, lifted Sophia's hand, lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand. The name Douglas, if there are not 10,000 in Windsor, there must be 8,000, but if he stands with the Queen, it can only make people think of one person, Prince Douglas. The Queen's husband, Prince Douglas, died young, and there were many speculations from the outside world. The most outrageous one was undoubtedly that the marriage failed and the Queen teamed up with her old lover to kill him. Austen, it's really outrageous. Obviously, Douglas did not die, but continued to live in Windsor under a different identity. The couple had a very good relationship, the prince loved the god of war, and the Queen was pure and innocent. The prince loved the god of war, but the Queen's purity was questionable. Her ex-boyfriend was a famous playboy who had mastered many techniques before marriage. First Love did not understand love at all, and Douglas just treated it as nothing. The couple still had a very good relationship. Sophia smiled and took her hand back. Facing her husband's love, she taught him a lesson with a stern face. Baron Chemo, you have crossed the line. The Queen was wrong first. Your undecent dress made your subordinates have improper thoughts. The two of them exchanged glances and had a great time. If Wayne saw this scene, he would definitely give up the idea of Austen intervening as a third party. In addition to the god of wars discussed for the Minotaur, there was also the relationship between the couple. Austen was already a thing of the past. The Queen did not have him at all in her eyes, and she should not have him in her heart. Baron Chemo, what important matter do you want to discuss with me late at night? Indeed, there is a big thing. Douglas said slowly, I have solved the problem of reducing the number of people in the Ministry of Magic. There are 2 legendary wizards from Frank who are willing to join Windsor. You can arrange for someone to succeed Alan. In addition, I have found a very powerful helper who can be used to check and balance the powerful Heavenly Father Church. Who? Sophia asked in surprise. The Dark Church.